Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and it is D4 Campfire Day. Woohoo!
Dates to the core systems of Diablo IV.
In Season 4, we're ramping the intensity across the seasonal and eternal realms through a collection of new activities aimed at ensuring the moment-to-moment gameplay experience is as exciting and rewarding when Hell comes to Sanctuary.
Season 4 item changes are some of the biggest changes we've made to Diablo IV thus far.
Why,
We've never done anything like
hello!
this. We are fundamentally changing how you engage with items, how you upgrade them, and along the way solving a lot of things that we've seen continually from our community that we agree with are pain points of our existing item system right now.
So in this new itemization system, we're focusing on narrowing down the scope of the base affixes. They're going to be a lot simpler, they're going to be fewer in number, so you can much more easily parse whether this
so
item is
complicated
useful for you.
previously.
And if it is, then you can take it and further upgrade it and customize it to your own specific build. Tempering is a new system that...
By the way, sorry I was a little late getting the stream booted up. I was in the process of switching from my standard internet connection to my fiber optic internet connection, which literally just got done installing 5 minutes ago. And this was my first test. 917 down and 920 up. Oh yeah!
Change to the Codex of Power in this season.
I know.
Based again on the feedback that has been coming from our players.
Now, every single legendary in the game will
Welcome
be
to the
entered into your Codex
Gentleman's
of Power
Club.
so that you can continually imprint the best possible version of that legendary onto your gear.
So going forward, there will no longer be carrying around all of these aspect crystals in your inventory. It's all going to be in the Codex of Power. So part of the final system that we have is going to be greater affixes. What's a greater affix? Well, we want to keep it compelling that there are some drops that are even better than the others when you're trying to get the perfect build at Endgame. Because of this, in World Tier 4, and only in World Tier 4, when an ancestral legendary item drops, there's a chance the affixes on it can roll as greater affixes. These will roll with bigger values that are normally available for that affix.
Greater affixes are fairly rare, but they're not impossible to find. While leveling up, you're going to be able to find upgrades much more easily with this new system.
Another part of itemization is going to be masterworking. Now, this is something really intended for that very high end game, again, World Tier 4. This is where a player is going to take.
Don't expect a ton of positivity out of me today, but I will be honest. So maybe there will be some. I don't know.
It starts at level 100. Once you've already completed your build and found some of the best items, you're going to be able to test your build against the powerful enemies of the pit.
The Pit is a new endgame system that has been added in this season that is going to challenge players that feel that they have largely maximized their build.
By pushing into more difficult tiers of the pit, you're going to be able to unlock rarer crafting materials to masterwork your gear even further.
You're gonna have to play some of the hardest content in the game, but once you do, if you're successful, you can go and make those affixes even stronger.
In Season 4, we're ramping the intensity of the Helltides through the inclusion of a variety of new activities, the first of which is a doubling down and rise of the cultists' presence throughout the tide. You're going to be running through the Helltide, seeing the cultists just conjuring up swarms and swarms of demons, adding to that sense of manic and chaos that, they're pretty well known for. The other archetype that we're adding is the presence of the Doomsayers, who were unfortunate enough to be caught out in the tide and basically just lost their minds to all of the mania going on around them. And lastly, rounding out the new activities are just the inclusion of the Iron Wolves. They're finally joining the fight. They could no longer stand in the sidelines, seeing the Helltides and Hell's forces intensify their assault on Sanctuary. As Season 4 players engage and progress through the Call of the Wolves seasonal activity, they'll earn honor with the Iron Wolves, unlocking access to a vast assortment of rewards to accompany and empower your Season 4 journeys. In the updated Helltide, for players who are able to stay alive long enough, they'll be paid a visit by the Hellborn, former heroes of Sanctuary who have aligned with the forces of Hell to attack the allies they once aligned with. Players who are able to take down the Hellborn will be acquiring the materials they need to engage with the new premier Helltide activity, the Accursed Rituals. Located in the Helltide, these Accursed Rituals are pretty much just botched rituals from the cultists that players will be kickstarting for themselves, drawing the attention of all the nearby Helltide monsters in this kind of all-out battle. One of my favorite themes for these ambushes is the Hellworm. It's literally a giant hell slug beast that emerges from the ground and it spews out a whole bunch of mobs at you. If you're able to survive that, you'll be paid a visit from the Blood Maiden, our brand new Helltide mini-boss and one of the ultimate challenges in the new experience.
So I think I'm actually most excited about this season because of what you're able to do with your old characters, how they can integrate with this new item game and take them to new levels.
The season of PTR. You played PTR, you know everything that's coming.
Custom affixes and enhance your character in a lot of new and interesting ways.
Come on, have that one guy on.
All right. We were just watching a video and
Literally
everyone
just finger gunning the screen for no reason.
And
Like,
everyone's like, what are you doing, Adam?
Yeah, okay.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to another Diablo IV developer update live stream. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the community director here for Diablo. I'm joined by this wonderful panel, plus an additional head, which we will call out. But
we only have 4 seats, so we have to swap people
so
around as we go.
We have to do the same thing we did during the PTR stream, which was like we swapped out like Joe Shelley and we put in Adam Jackson.
That's true. We did do
and
that.
So we're gonna play more magic tricks today. But do you guys want to do a quick intro to yourself to the wonderful Diablo community?
Sure. I'm Joe Pipora. I'm the associate game director for Diablo IV.
And I'm Adam Jackson, the lead live class designer for Diablo IV.
And we have a new face.
Hello, I'm Colin Feiner. I'm the lead live game designer.
Awesome. And then we're actually going to be joined by Derek.
Who are you?
Well, I already introduced myself.
Oh,
you
sorry.
just missed it because
I'm already screwing this up,
I
everybody.
know, terrible.
This is my first
But we actually have Derek who will be joining us as well. Derek, you just saw in the video prior talking about Season 4. He'll be swapping in to talk a little bit more about Helltides later in this. But big stream here. We have Season 4 coming up. As you guys saw earlier this week, it is Loot Reborn for Season 4. And a lot of players actually got to experience it a couple weeks ago with PTR. This was our first Diablo 4 PTR. It was a massive undertaking from the team here, but it was really, really great to have players jump in early, check out Season 4 and all the changes, and actually provide feedback. And so we have a lot to cover today based off of feedback that we received from players from PTR itself. So, but Joe, I know you wanted to jump into kind of talking a little bit more about Season 4, how PTR went, before we jump into all the changes.
Yeah, happy to. So, okay, so last time we were on stream, we were actually talking about a lot of the changes that players are going to get a chance to check out on the PTR. So we think that went really, really well. It was even just having the week of time for players to like just jump in and just crush through all of the content, check out all the new features, and it gets a lot of feedback, find a lot of bugs on the way as well. Was again super valuable. It's been really, really great for the team. We'll take a lot of this feedback, look at the tuning variety of features, and really make sure that we've got the best version of the Season 4 experience ready when we get into the launch day. So in terms of like our big takeaways, first of all, really, really valuable across the board. Season 4, Season Loot Reborn was, as I mentioned during the PTR stream originally, was really our opportunity to go back and take a lot of the feedback in that we've been looking at since the
They're
launch of the game
20-pound
in 2023.
dumbbells.
This art is so good.
20 pounds.
Yeah, no,
I call that
I
out.
do love the key art for this. This key art for season 3 was awesome as
It's
well.
awesome.
Yeah. So so looking back at the thanks for disrupting my flow.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Jack.
David
Yeah,
Buzz
thanks,
art
Mike.
is amazing.
So yeah, like, looking back at the launch of the product in 2023, we've been getting a lot of really good feedback. You remember back in season 2, Season of Blood, we made a big change to like vulnerable damage and like the multiplicative damage that comes along with it. We made a change to the way the elemental resist worked.
Yep.
And there were a lot of things we had to do to make those changes like really shine through. There's like a lot of Paragon nodes that had to get updated. There were a lot of like legendary aspects that had to get changed. There was just a lot of itemization stuff in the background that we had to do to make those systems work better and lift up other things around them, like overpower, for example, to make that feel like it was in a better spot. So now that we're looking at like even when we were done that one big release for Season of Blood, we knew that there was a lot more that we wanted to do. Again, we've been thinking about. But there's a lot of work we need to do, like make sure that all of these things really all fit together cohesively. So, I mean, as people got a chance to see on the PTR, like the introduction of things like the tempering.
If you watched anyone, even me, play PTR, you know the whole season. I'm sorry, I can't get over this.
Overall, so it's a lot easier to go and sort through 25 pairs of gloves in your inventory at any given time, where you don't really have those same situations. We reduced the number of items that drop in the game experience overall, but made sure that the items that are dropping are just more valuable and more likely to be upgrades for you, or something you could kind of like build into an upgrade. We introduced the masterworking feature, right? And Colin helped head a lot of these things up, right, while working with the teams. So they introduced the masterworking feature where players can continually upgrade items to increase the value of the affixes, and then at ranks 4 and 8 and 12, you get to like kind of crit on one of these and make them even better. There's a lot of things that were introduced. We added the new content type in the form of the Pit of the Artificer. It's like this new extremely deep and deadly dungeon dive players get to go into once they get into the towards the end game, when you're getting to 85, 90 for your character level. You're starting to kind of dip into that space, and that's where you go to get your masterworking materials, which feels really, really good. And we learned a lot of really great lessons from like Greater Rifts in Diablo 3, because we think there was some really cool content there. So there's some really, really fun things there. And then
also the Codex of Power updates. You no longer have to save all your legendaries all the time.
Codex of Power updates, which I was to be fair, I've been I've been so excited about the Codex of Power updates. I've been teasing it for like 6 live streams. I feel like it's just not before BlizzCon. I feel like I teased it at the end of a live stream. So it is what it is. But again, super excited about the Codex of Power changes. That is very transformational. Like now, when legendary drops on the ground for you, you just salvage it. You get that.
Speaking of BlizzCon,
we'll talk about later how we're playing with that a little bit as we go. So, I mean, all of this stuff and more, we made huge changes to Helltide. I know Derek's we talked about in a little while, as he helped lead the team, did a lot of the work for that. And we got to introduce the season theme in the form of like Loot Reborn, and then the reintroduction of the Iron Wolves mercenaries the players will be working with during the course of the release. I know that we showed a little bit of that off earlier. And I'm just really, really excited about the release overall, as this was an opportunity for us to work with like not just the season team, but also the live team, and like a lot of support from the systems groups. And there's a lot of things being done for the expansion that's coming out eventually as well, like Vessel of Hatred. So being able to like really organize teams and make sure that we're in a really, really good spot to like provide this really big update for the game has been very, very exciting. And the feedback, going back to the feedback from PTR was, again, really, really valuable. It was great to get players in there and to get those things taken care of. And we're going to talk about some of those things today. I know that some of this information has been like, we talked to like a few like press outlets, we talked to a few different people, and like some information is getting out there. But I want to make sure we can provide a little bit more detail, because I know this is the audience that wants to know like the real specifics. We're going to get into it, right? And we'll also have our Q&A as we usually do at the end. We're going to answer some more questions the community might have as we kind of get through the whole thing. So yeah, I mean that was at a high level, that's what we were feeling about the PTR, feeling pretty good about it. I'm happy to like maybe jump into itemization, or how do we want to go?
Yeah, I think the first thing we probably want to talk about is like the itemization changes that are in season 4 that people experience, which includes like the tempering, the masterworking stuff that changed in season 4, and of course all the feedback that we got from both tempering, masterworking, and what we are planning on doing based off of that PTR feedback for the launch of season 4.
Yeah, we have quite a few updates.
Yeah,
so.
lots.
Yeah, sure. So I guess just starting off then with like high-level itemization. Like let's go back to like some of the goals that we had when we started like down on this. Started some of the work for season 4. we want to make sure that, first, players were having an easier time comparing items in their inventory. It's actually one of the first things we started thinking about when we began discussing what we thought needed to change about itemization, because the experience in Season 3 and Season 2 and other seasons has really been
nothing
like the player,
on Campfire.
you'll get into like the you're running your high tier nightmare dungeons, you're getting lots of drops, you're sorting through all of this stuff. Like you'll have like items that are like, this is like a 904 eye power sword, and this is a 909 eye power sword. Now I've got like 6 helmets that all are have a wide variety of affixes on them. We really wanted to, again, just to quickly hit this, we wanted to make sure that we had a lower number of affixes overall that could roll on different item slots, but those affixes were more like generically useful and stuff that you could really build around, as opposed to having lots of really conditional affixes going back to like the damage on Tuesdays joke, like that's like,
the shirt that
we wore,
Mr.
literally wearing it now. Huge proponent. It's always funny. So it's obviously because it's a joke, right? Oh, jokes are always funny. But the truth is, like, we want to make sure that where we want to have conditional affixes in the game, we want to find places players would be able to opt into them in a very specific way. So initially want items that you're really dropping for you to have more generic utility, just more valuable for you overall. And also, as a result of this, make it easier to compare those items. Yeah. So one of the changes that we made is we actually reduced the number of affixes that can naturally roll on item slots. So like now, a rare item can roll like 2 affixes, a legendary item can roll 3 affixes, but then later on, there's other systems you get to introduce. We'll talk about in a bit. It lets you introduce more of those. Yeah. And we did that, so it's just easier to go through things.
We also made all items post level 100 925. So you're no longer comparing like the designer number that's like 904 to 925. You're just focusing on what's cool about the item, which is the affixes.
Yeah, which is super important, because there's a lot of situations where like if you're level 100, like Blood Harvest might be a lot of fun, but Blood Harvest is still dropping like eye power 900 items for you. And at that point, why would you want to keep even Blood Harvest, which players really love? Like, why would you want to keep engaging with it if you can't get really good endgame items from it? Yeah. So now when you're like at level 100 and you're playing in Helltide, or if you're going through Nightmare Dungeons, and like
everything that drops is 925 during PTR, because you're high level within 4 or 5 days. And then you don't care about any regular item unless it has a greater affix on it. And as soon as you get all your gear that have greater affixes on it, you just temper and masterwork them until you're done with the season. So, yes, they have changed a lot, but as far as actual itemization and exciting loot drops, there's almost none of that.
Now, they're a lot better, because you really can just like say, I am looking for a helmet, I am looking for a ring, and you can just go roll 10 eye power 925 rings in a row, and you have stuff to play with then at that point. So yeah, those were some of the high level changes we wanted to make with items with regards to like making it easier to compare these things. Codex hits a lot of the inventory concerns.
Codex
have
is
been
awesome.
changes to
I
gems
like
in
the
previous
Codex
seasons.
a lot.
So we didn't have as many of them clogging up your inventory as well. So we thought that was really, really good stuff. But then we knew that we wanted to make sure that it wasn't just about we weren't going to like add another tier of eye power to items. That wasn't the way to make itemization more interesting for players and rewards more interesting. One of the core things that we really want to focus around was the idea that like items have a journey, and the best items have a journey, right? So when you get a really good item, it's about what the potential of that item is. What you can do with this item to make it really superior, right?
Yeah, definitely. And that's sort of, to jump into tempering, one of the first features we had in terms of taking your item on a journey was this idea that we wanted hundreds of different affixes, and each one spoke differently to a build. We wanted you to be able to play sort of whatever class fantasy or build fantasy you have in mind and manifest that through customization of your items. So we actually have some video, I think, of what the tempering feature looks like, and I can talk through some of the updates we've made from the PTR. So here you have, we're adding an offensive affix to the item. It's going to land on increased corpse explosion damage. It's like, yeah, that's pretty cool, especially if you really like corpse explosion. We've added a skip button so you can skip through the flow if you really want to blast through this. We also have a results screen now that shows you exactly what affix it landed on and what the roll range was. And then we have some more exciting affixes that you're going to see here. For example, chance to cast Bone Spear projectiles twice, which I know, Adam, is your favorite.
Oh, yes. I love more projectiles.
The balance bomb
Don't
dropped
say
in
it
your
like
lap.
that.
I love running Necro without
It is cool, though,
and use
like,
Bone
being able to, like,
Spear.
Derek is here. So yeah, we did our swap. But Joe's still going to be here off screen. We just want to make sure that Derek appears here. Derek is our lead seasons designer. So he'll be talking a little bit more about Helltides later. Sorry to interject. Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
Now I'm off screen. So yeah, I think one of the really cool things about the tempering system in general is that like the manuals that we're introducing initially are just like the beginning of what we can do with tempering. It's opportunities to make like really weird and interesting new affixes to kind of throw at the player that we can introduce in seasons.
Mirage, there's
and other
no
updates. So it's something we can really
mechanic.
extend and do some really neat stuff with.
Yeah, we absolutely plan to build on it in the future. Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, so a bunch of improvements to tempering overall.
And a lot of these, again, these improvements in tempering from the skip animations to the previews and stuff like that that players will see were based off of feedback that we actually got from PTR. And so, again, huge shout out to the community for providing all that feedback for us so that we can actually get that in before the launch of Season 4. So, but with tempering, we also have masterworking.
The Iron Wolves are the seasonal mechanic. They just fight alongside you in Helltides. But really what the quest line gives you is crafting recipes. So it's just crafting recipes.
Based off of PTR feedback.
Sure, yeah. So, the next step in your item's journey is to really take it to new heights. You've customized it, you found some base affixes you're really into, and we wanted to give you a way to essentially take some of these affixes to new levels. So you think about helms and CDR or cooldown reduction, or for example, that chance to replicate, your bone spear. We want you to be able to really juice those stats. So I think we have a video here of what that looks like. Overall, what we've really done is taken a look at the feedback. We got a bunch of feedback that it was tedious to upgrade these over and over. So we've removed the animation from ranks 1 through 3. We've kept the critical, upgrade. We have the animation still there, but you can skip it. Again, sort of in the spirit of blasting across everything that we do. So you can do that very quickly. Another piece of feedback that we got was that part of the masterworking process allows you to reset this. And why do you want to reset this? It's because you want to hit that specific affix you're looking for. You want to juice a specific affix. And sometimes you might miss, right? Which means you want to reset that item.
Yeah.
So part of the resetting sort of requires you to get lower tier materials. You're going to get these from the pit. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But overall, we saw a bunch of feedback that it was really tedious to create like 1,000 caches and open up them in town like 100 times, right? It's super annoying. The town is lava. We want to address that. So we've added multiple scales of material conversion to those caches. This is a short-term solution. We have something in the future planned. It's just not ready yet. So while it's not the perfect solution, it does get you there a little bit quicker. There's multiple conversion rates of materials, so you can turn one
you can masterwork
material
all
into
gear.
a much higher count of materials based on the tiers that we have in that crafting system. So again, not the perfect solution. We have something coming in a future update.
Cool.
Awesome. So yeah, a lot of changes coming for masterworking based off of feedback. Masterworking, of course, being a brand new kind of that end tail of that item journey that you'll have even after tempering and stuff like that. So yeah.
I'll say another thing that was brought up as feedback was about veiled crystals, right? Didn't we reduce the amount that
You're always out of
crafting?
We did, and I can totally talk about some of the stuff we've done just overall on itemization. Veiled crystals is one of those things. So I'll talk about, first I want to touch on rare and magic items. That was something we made a change from Season 3 and Season 4. Legendary items are just generally straight up better than rare items now. And part of our goal there is really to ensure that players aren't sifting through sand, looking through thousands of items. We want to just call it out, like legendary items are legendary. At the same time, we acknowledge that there is some coolness to knowing that certain magic and rare items could have value to you, right? We don't have anything for
tempering adds an affix. Masterworking upgrades the item.
Our overall goal of trying to reduce that sort of sifting through sand feeling, right? So in the meantime, they can be salvaged. They still have a use in the end game. But we heard a ton of feedback, to your point, Adam, on the veiled crystals. It's just such a bottleneck, and it's like, God damn it, I have to pick a bunch of yellow items up to do any of the cool crafting features. What the hell, Blizzard?
That's an actual player quote too.
I'm very sure it was.
Yeah. So what we've done is we've made it so that legendaries break down into equal amounts of veiled crystals. So you can just not pick up yellow items. It's just a bonus now. We've also made sacred and ancestral items break down into 2 and 3 amounts of salvage. So sacred items will break down into double, ancestral will break down into triple. So we're...
Why do we have to pick up all these yellows? Damn you, Blizzard. He literally just said you still have to pick up the yellows and salvage them. They're just going to give you more.
Full feedback that we got from players about,
Maybe
like,
a little bit.
Yeah, like,
Tuning,
I need more Veil Crystals, so I know that
Yeah.
there's changes coming for that in Season 4 based off that PTR feedback. Another, probably maybe the second, maybe also the first topmost, our largest feedback piece that we got is around greater affixes and the visibility related to those. So there are changes going into that for Season 4. So, Colin, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we wanted, you know, the dopamine. That was a big goal also of part of itemization, is just like seeing an item hit the ground and just being like, oh, I like that jackpot moment.
Yeah,
right? So
that's really important.
So we actually have some video here to show of what that actually looks like on the ground. So you can see, here's the weirdly long named item with the greater affix. Yeah, right.
Unyielding Commander's Sacrificial Sickle.
I know, right? So we have a 1 greater affix star. It'll go up to 3 or 4 if it's a unique item, which always feels incredible. So it shows up on the ground when it lands. And then if we can go to the next video, we actually have an indicator now when it is in the inventory.
Yeah, so you can see it.
So when you're playing D4 now, all your gear you find, if it doesn't have that symbol, you don't even have to look at it. You instantly salvage it.
It's really helpful, and really, you know, when you kill like Duriel or one of these tormented bosses and they
I
drop
am
a ton of
tiny.
loot on the ground, to see some of these have stars on them, and it just is a feel great moment.
Yeah,
Kind of goes with the whole like not sifting through the sands. You clearly see
Yeah.
that icon. You know that it has value to
You
you.
want to know what's valuable.
Exactly,
Something that we
especially,
really
and
want to do.
again, even on the icon itself, like in your inventory, you'll immediately know those are my greater affix items. And long gone are the days of the Roman numeral. We
Right, you didn't like that? You didn't like
we
the
will.
designer
We
solution?
will. But it's funny.
Right.
I think internally we knew like, oh, that's probably going to get changed. We had a few jokes about that, but
Sure.
I know.
One thing I want to touch on real quick before I move on to itemization, if that's okay,
Yep.
is we actually, to touch on the veiled crystals, I think players are going to want to know this, is we reduced the imprinting cost of aspects quite a bit. So that's really going to help the veiled crystals as well. I think it went from like 75 veiled crystals to imprint on an ancestral armor to 16. So it's
that's
a
huge.
pretty huge swing. You're just getting way more of your aspects on gear. It's a lot more flexible.
Yeah, they should have just given him a
And
different
we really
color
want
or
people to
something.
feel like, you know, this is kind of the Codex of Power updates in general, which I'm really pumped about, is we want you to feel like you're able to re-imprint those aspects and that it's something that you're not having a huge cost or huge barriers to doing, right? Because as you upgrade your gear, that should be part of your process, is like putting on their favorite affixes.
Yeah. So a lot of changes coming with tempering, masterworking, itemization, and I know. Did we have any other changes that you wanted to cover before we move on to the next section? I know Colin's got this novel in front of him. And he's like, "What am I going
He
to do?"
was a keeper of a lot of
Yeah.
our changes. Oh, one I think is worth mentioning, Colin, you may want to talk about, is the masterworking. I remember we got a lot of feedback about the fail chance.
Oh, that's a
Oh
great
yeah, that's
point.
true. The
Yeah.
fail
Yeah.
chance we took.
Yeah.
Funny
Because we
enough,
made
that
some
was like
updates
probably the
recently.
biggest thing changed.
That's a pretty big one.
Yeah,
We
that was
talked about it a
the
lot.
first bullet, and I somehow missed it. Yeah. So we definitely felt like there's a ton of feedback that the double random chance was just a little bit too much, and we agreed. So we just took it out.
Yep.
It's just fun now. Just upgrade the item. We adjusted the material costs a bit, but the fail chance is no longer there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you, Colin, for going through those changes. We'll actually be back to Colin here.
You no longer need to look through gear. You can no longer fail, and they reeled in the material cost, and they killed 90% of the affixes, which is good. And if you like casual ARPGs, this is the game for you.
Players. So, Mr. Adam
You
Jackson.
very much did. Yeah.
Let's run through these.
Yeah, so basically...
The classic Adam Jackson slides.
Yes, I love my slides. We have kind of 3 categories of things that I'm going to be talking about today. Again, thanks to everybody for playing on the PTR. We did get a ton of feedback. I'm not going to go over the specifics of everything that changed, but I'm going to go over kind of the categories of things just because there's a whole lot of changes. One of the first big ones was endgame survivability issues. So this is kind of talking about those people that went really far into the pit, and this is kind of something that's been happening on live as well that we wanted to address. And there's this phenomenon when you get really deep into the game and you're fighting high-level monsters where you'll hit a point where the monsters are kind of easy and you're able to blow through with your really powerful builds, and then you kind of get to a point where they start one-shotting you. And it can be kind of mysterious and hard to understand, like, what's going on, why did this happen? We've also had some issues balancing that kind of top-end survivability when you get to those hard monsters in the game. One of the reasons for this is that variability in player defensiveness has been really high traditionally. This is why when you look at the new items in the game in Season 4, you don't see a damage reduction very much at all. It's a very premium stat now that's really hard to get. And it's to help solve this problem of when someone is stacking all damage reduction versus someone who has none of it, their difference in effective health and survivability is really, really high. And so it makes it hard to balance the game. Another part that we wanted to hit was really armor. That armor is kind of a really confusing stat. It's not really well understood how it works. And I'm going to be going over in a little bit how it works and what we're changing to kind of address both of these issues a little bit. Next is that some stats can get really high. We added all these crazy awesome stats, and you can juice them with masterworking and crit them and all these things. And it allowed for some really crazy things on the PTR, which people love to post constantly at me. And to be clear, we like crazy things. It's awesome to get powerful and have that fantasy. We do have to take into account things like combat clarity and computer performance to make sure that the game can still run very well for everybody. So we made some changes there to address that.
You mean it's not fun to just not see the screen or the ground?
I think it is for a little while. It is hilarious, I think.
Yeah, it's funny for a bit, but when you can only see patches of ground occasionally.
And by the way, everyone, I announced at the beginning of the stream we started late today because I had to wait for the installation, which took 2 hours of my new fiber optic internet to the house. Huh? Hey. 920 up. Sorry.
So, brief history listener description of how armor works today. This is like when you log in, how armor is functioning. It's your stat for physical damage mitigation. So you know how you have your elemental resistance that caps at 75 and then can get pushed up a little bit. Armor reduces your physical resistance up to a cap of 85%. It can't go higher than that. That's the number. But what's confusing is the amount of armor that you need to get to that 85% cap is actually based on the level of the monster that you're fighting. And I gave some examples here. These are the actual numbers in the game. So if you have a level 50 monster that's hitting you, whacking you, then you need 5,265 armor, and then you'll be at that 85% cap. But then at level 100, at every level, like 51, 52, 53, it's good. That number is going up of what you need. And at level 100, it's about 9,230. And then at level 150 monster, it gets close to 13,000, right? And so what this ends up, kind of creating is that the player really never knows when they're done with armor, right? That number can scale up forever. It's kind of a hidden system under the hood. So when you're fighting these monsters and they get way higher level than you as you scale into the pit or nightmare dungeons or whatever, you don't really know how much you need. And so this is kind of really contributing to that phenomenon where you're fine, you're at the cap, and then the higher level monsters just start one-shotting you. So in Season 4, a lot of it's going to be the same as Season 3. It's still going to be your source of physical damage mitigation. The cap is still going to be 85%. And you're still going to need escalating amounts of armor as the monster level gets higher. But what we're changing here, if we go forward a little bit, is that armor is now going to cap at that level 100 monster number. So that 9,230, you can write down this number. We're also going to later get into the tooltip. We couldn't get it in for the launch of Season 4, but we'll have it soon after. But it's kind of going to be like elemental resistance, where you get to this number, and then you're kind of done with the system, right? So armor is just another thing on your checkbox of things you want to do as far as defensive survivability. And once you get it, you're done. You can get it from gear, legendary aspects, and so on. Particularly in Season 4, I think this will be a little bit of an easy number to hit. We're not trying to make this super difficult or hard to do. It'll be very achievable for you when you're a level 100 player. So here we have a zoom in on the tooltip so you can see this player has, way above that 9,000 amount of armor that they need. They have close to 16,000. But you can see there, that it's capped out at that 85% physical resistance. And again, soon after the launch of Season 4, we're going to actually put the cap that you need of the number that you're chasing. Because we want you to know what the goal is that you're trying to hit.
So that means they have a lot of room for optimization, right?
Correct, yeah. This means that this player can actually give up armor on some of their, tempering or item affixes and look for other stats. Like, that's kind of the point. So next, stat caps. So, now that we've introduced a lot of ways to get really high amounts of stats in the game, we want to kind of control for visual clarity, what a player can put onto their screen. So kind of similar to some caps we have already in the game, like attack speed or elemental resistance, we're putting some caps on cooldown reduction and the increased area size. It's really fun to get those giant frost novas that cover the screen, but when it goes like 2 or 3 screens away, it can get really noisy and messy. So we still want these stats to be really powerful and impactful, but just control a little bit the amount of insanity that they can bring. And one thing on this cooldown reduction cap, to be clear, this is not just CDR across the entire game. This is just capping what you can get from gear. So this is like the base cooldown reduction you get when you first cast a skill, what it's going to be. You can still get cooldown resets or additional cooldown effects from things like the skill tree or legendary powers that just reduce the cooldown of your skills as you do certain mechanics. This is just like the baseline cap that comes from your gear.
I think when we looked at the cap for area effect too, we tested it on Frost Nova, and we were like pretty meticulous on what that cap should be, and it was still massive.
No, it's huge. Yeah. When I say like we're making a cap, you're still going to get to insanity when it comes to what's on your screen. It's still going to be awesome. So you can see here, this is just showing you what the tooltip looks like now. So we're going to be showing you, as a player, what those caps are, so when you're evaluating your gear on your tooltips, what it is. And then same thing here, you can see here, like the dust level area effect size bonus, it caps at 100%. Next, balance updates. So again, like I mentioned before, we made a lot of balance changes based on feedback. Again, thank you for playing and giving us all that feedback. I'm going to go over some of the things. One of the bigger categories of things was, again, like I mentioned, those changes due to combat readability and balancing player power. A few examples here of things that we're reducing are like the amount of dust levels that can be on your screen, and Fractured Winter Glass, one of my new favorite uniques we're bringing in. The amount of frozen orbs that could span the screen is going to be reduced a bit, so I want to prepare you all for that.
Wolves. Ooh.
Again, to be clear, you're still going to spawn a whole lot. It's just not going to be like insane amounts where you can't see things anymore. They're still going to be very powerful. I'm even going to show a video a little bit later of kind of the difference of PTR to what's going to ship in the game.
Any news on loot filter?
Some other things that we're doing,
really isn't
fortify.
needed anymore.
We wanted
You don't have
to
to look at
increase the
items.
amount of damage reduction that you get. This is just fortify across the board, the base mechanic. That DR is going from 10 to 15%. And this is because before, when it was at 10%, we had to take into account that players could get damage reduction from a million different sources throughout the game. Now that it's more rare and more premium, we can actually make this mechanic in the game a little bit more impactful and feel like you're a tankier player for opting into this, these kinds of builds. We also made a lot of tempering affix updates. I'm not going to go into detail them, but just know like what you saw in PTR and what's going to ship, you're going to see a lot of improvements, a lot of balance changes, even some shuffling around of the affixes to make them in ways that make more sense. Based on feedback. And then we did do some class changes as well. I'm only going to give very few examples here, but just know that there were quite a few. One is Druid players. Companion Druid players always harass me. They want that build to work, and I agree. It's really cool. So we increased the health of Druid wolves by 200%, and we also reduced the respawn rate and cut it in half. So, we got feedback basically that, their companions were really good and fun and did damage, but in the late game, they just kind of died and couldn't survive. So we're doing this to kind of address that feedback. All right, so here's dust devils as an example. So you can see on the left, this is just one barbarian by themselves, the amount of dust devils that they could produce, right? And then on the right, you can see kind of the same barbarian. You can see like the dust devils around the areas where the enemies are, they're still getting hit by a ton of them, but it's not covering the entire screen, right? And especially when you get like 3, 4, many players together, it really becomes insanity.
Yeah, especially when you're in a party of 4 barbs or, it's just like everyone's a barb and I don't know where I'm walking.
Yeah, and other classes can do that kind of thing too, not just barb, but this was kind of a good example. So, this is kind of seeing the difference between PTR and live. And then next we have another class change, the Scoundrel's Kiss. This is another one of our new uniques that rogue players gave us a lot of feedback on. So a quick summary of how this new unique works is it kind of changes your rapid fire skill from shooting straight and hitting a single enemy into kind of a mortar skill where you shoot up into the air and then your arrows fall on the ground and explode. It's really, really cool, but one of the pieces of feedback we got was that when you launched the arrows, they would kind of go in a line and they wouldn't all hit the same enemy anymore. So if you were trying to do single target damage, it could actually be a nerf unless you like walked right up to the enemies and shotgunned them. And while there was a way to play around it, players weren't really happy that like we transformed the skill so much that it went from a range skill to kind of a melee skill. So we made an update here, and we have a video of the before and after. But basically, you can see on the PTR on the left here how it goes in a big line, and then the player has to run right next to the target dummy to do the full damage to it. And on the right now, you'll see basically you target where those arrows are going to drop, and they just all go to that area. So you can hit a single enemy, but you'll also hit all the enemies around it because the arrows explode. So it should be a lot more usable compared to before.
Can Scoundrel's Kiss ricochet with my rapid fire?
I'm pretty sure, yes, it can. So it does all the things and inherits all the things that your rapid fire does.
That's
so
very cool.
It's
But
gonna be pretty
can
cool.
it double projectile?
I'm pretty sure it can, just like everything else. Yes.
Yes.
Spam everywhere.
Yes.
We love spam.
Oh.
And last but not least, bug fixes. Like I mentioned before, there were a whole lot of bug fixes reported to us. Thank you all for getting them. We addressed pretty much every single one that was reported. I'm giving some examples here, but again, we got a lot more than what I'm showing on the screen. One was Druid's Hurricane was incorrectly scaling damage basically infinitely, so we fixed that. Ebon Piercer, the extra missiles from our new unique, they incorrectly had 100% lucky hit chance, which is proccing a lot of crazy stuff. And then Flame Weaver, another one of the new things we introduced to the game. It's basically an effect where you can put a firewall on the ground and then you shoot firebolts through it and it'll split the firebolts. Really cool fantasy. But what happened in the PTR was you could stack a bunch of firewalls right on top of each other and they would split the firebolts multiplicatively and add more and more, way more than intended. So you could fire a ridiculous number of firebolts, which were crashing servers and things. So it wasn't great. But now we fixed that so it'll work properly. And again, we're still discovering and working on other fixes. There were a lot more that went in. If you reported it, it was very likely fixed. So basically, the build will be in a much better, stable state once we launch. And that's really due to all your feedback, so thanks again. And yeah,
Awesome.
that's my section. So.
A lot of
just
changes
staying
to the
awake.
classes. Class balance feedback we got from PTR was really, really great. You know, we were able to make so many different changes there. Of course, some of the biggest ones like the readability stuff that we probably saw. Seeing the initial videos of like the dust devils everywhere was crazy. Also being in a party with like I was playing PTR and being in a party with like two barbs and like another like necromancer. I was like, oh okay, like what's going on right now?
Yeah. PTR is one of those things you get to see things in development state. I will say these kinds of things are actually pretty common when we're developing anything. Is being able to create these crazy situations, and we have to fix it for the game before it goes live. So, that's kind of the advantage of PTR is players can find these things.
Exactly.
There's a lot more manpower being put into it. Than we do
PTR was
internally.
super great for us to have, and thanks again to the community for the feedback on all the class balance changes, and thanks Adam for walking us through that.
Yeah.
The next thing we do want to talk about is with Derek over here. Derek is actually going to talk a little bit about, of course, all the immense Helltide changes. Probably one of the most popular features and changes that we've introduced in Season 4 with PTR and people being able to experience it. Of course, we got feedback based off of players jumping into Helltide, and we do want to go.
To be clear, Diablo 4 is going to be in a much, much, much better place for Season 4. The reason why I'm coming across as bored and not excited is because PTR is Season 4. I know everything about tempering, I know everything about masterworking, I know everything about Helltide, and I know everything about the pit. So I've already played all of Season 4.
Heavy focus on improving and enhancing, I guess, monster density and activity variety. So there's ton more things to do in the Helltides, and as a result, there's just ton more monsters to mow through in the Helltides. There's also some explorations, and just to double back real quick, these are all permanent across both the seasonal and eternal realms, so they're not going away once Season 4 ends. This is just how
It's
Helltide
part of the
works.
game.
Yep.
Kind of like our item updates too, right?
Yeah,
this
now and
is the
forever.
new world we live in.
Hey, they copied Last Epoch too. No seasonal mechanic, all core. Okay, sorry.
Fighting in the tides, you're going to be accumulating threat, which just results in even more monsters ambushing you at higher frequencies than monster packs. I think the personal favorite, and like fan favorite, is the Hellworm. This giant demon slug bug that just pops out from the ground and just vomits monsters all over you. But kind of with all those, the seasons, as we say a lot, are an amazing opportunity for experimentation. And sometimes the best results of those experimentations are when they can inspire permanent upgrades and just enhancements to the base game as a whole. So that's where the Hellborn and the new Accursed Ritual and Blood Maiden come into play as part of the new Helltide experience. Yeah, look at those. Those look rad.
Yeah, so cool.
So the Hellborn, as our Season 2 players might recall, we introduced the Bloodseekers. And those were really cool monsters based on class archetypes. So you're kind of like fighting vampiric shadow versions of yourself. And we take a look at that content, and we just love it from like the team perspective, and just find like, hey, we're upgrading the Helltides. This is a perfect piece of content to just include with it. So that's where the Hellborn came into play. You know, they're fallen heroes of Sanctuary. They've been overtaken by the corruption from Hell and, you know, kind of turned against you. Kind of in line with that, the Accursed Ritual and the Blood Maiden. In Season 2, with the Bloodlures and the Bloodseekers, we introduced this concept of, I guess, calling it just like open world social boss summoning. We followed up with like the, there's a buzz right there.
Yeah, it's very catchy.
Rolls right off the tongue. I love it.
Again, to my designer speak sometimes, but yeah. And we followed that up with like the Malthus spawners in Season 3.
Yep.
And again, looking at these really successful experimentations from previous.
By the way, the guy talking right now is who's responsible for seasonal content, the seasonal director.
The Accursed Ritual comes into play. So as you're out fighting against the tides, you'll be collecting the new material, the Baneful Hearts, that you can bring to the Accursed Ritual. It takes 3 to summon up the Blood Maiden. And you can do this, you know, by yourself, or you can partner up with some buddies and all, I guess, contribute to the summoning together. And, you know, the Blood Maiden itself is our new Helltide mini-boss, that she's immensely powerful, but also very, very lucrative. And I think the last thing a little forgot to mention is that this is all expanding into World Tiers 1 and 2 as well, and kind of like a distilled, not diluted. So there are, the Helltide in World Tier 1 and 2 is more specifically tuned to, you know, I guess like meet the leveling needs, or the needs of the leveling player.
Awesome. Oh, on the Blood Maiden, I remember you had talked about with me before that the people that summon the Blood Maiden actually get bonus loot drops, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can either contribute just by yourself to the Blood Maiden and get some extra loot for, you know, your troubles. We want to, you know, make sure that we give you a little bit extra because you're sacrificing up your hearts. But also, every player that it doesn't stack, so you're not, you know, stressed to say, hey, I just need to be the one that summons them all. We can all party up and just deposit our own baneful hearts and, I guess, reap the benefits
You
of
get
that.
less for leeching now.
clear,
It's
so,
actually
like-
really smart. That's
So if you put in all 3, you get bonus loot, right?
Correct.
But like you, me, and Colin are in a group, and like I put in 2 and you put in 1, do I get more loot than you?
No. So you get the same amount of loot. So, you know, if Colin has a baneful heart to deposit, if we all, you know, dump them in together, then
we all get the
get the
bonus,
shared
right?
benefits of that.
Got it,
But
okay.
I will touch on a bit later the PTR updates and just some of the enhanced value that the Blood Maiden received since PTR for both contributors and non-contributors to the summon.
Awesome. Yeah, so a lot of new stuff coming in for Helltide, and this is all part of the stuff that players got to experience in the PTR. And of course, we got learnings from the PTR, as you just mentioned.
Many.
Do you want to walk us through some of the changes that are coming in with Helltide for all the PTR feedback that we had?
Yeah, I think I have a PowerPoint of my own. Let's see. There you go. Look at that.
Fancy.
Yeah, so, you know, as mentioned, tons of sweeping changes going into the Helltides and just overall balance of the game in general at Season 4. And kind of with that, sometimes, you know, we push a little bit too far in some regards. So we did get feedback and also just own internal kind of field checks on the Cinder drop rates were feeling a bit slow in the PTR. So we just went back, reviewed it, and gathered our feedback and just iterated on the drop percentage to hit closer to the expectations of how much we want to be collecting the cinders and interacting with the tortured gifts. So I think we're in a much better spot. I know we're in a much better spot right now, actually. So that was one of the first major pieces coming out from the PTR.
A lot more chests from this, yeah.
Yeah, chest, more loot, more fun.
Awesome.
Let's see, next one. Yeah, so on the topic of more is more fun, the Baneful Hearts, we were noticing that they were dropping a bit inconsistently. So you can get the Baneful Hearts from opening tortured gifts, killing the Hellborn, and one of the Doomsayer variants, one of our new activity types. But again, we want to get the Baneful Hearts in the hands of the players with a pretty, you know, steady cadence. So we noticed with the PTR that we're just not getting them as frequently as we wanted to. So we just went back, iterated, and kind of reviewed our bad luck protection to just ensure that we improve the consistency that Baneful Hearts are dropping. And this is all kind of like, the Blood Maiden is not meant to be seen as like this, you know, highly ambitious piece of content that you only engage with like once every 50 levels. we want you getting the hearts. We want you engaging with the social boss summoning mechanic. And, I think it just adds that extra layer to the Helltides we want you to engage with. And on the topic of the Blood Maiden, overall, like we touched on earlier, the Blood Maiden is just seeing some overall rewards improvements. So, as noticed, or as mentioned before, if you contribute to the summon of the Blood Maiden, you receive a bonus reward. But one of the things was that you couldn't really tell. There is a little icon that appears like where your buff bar, but the effects of that was largely unnoticed from both the team and actually, just the PTR players themselves. So again, taking this opportunity to just review the overall value
I do like this
of
change.
the Blood Maiden for contributors and non-contributors alike. Because again, we wanted to make sure that she has a clear role in the Helltide experience.
Sorry, Billy.
So,
no
again,
no
overall,
mercenary.
Blood Maiden is just overall more valuable. With this, we're dropping things like Legendaries, Forgotten Soul, Lore Zermats, and a % chance for contributors at the end world tiers to get some endgame boss materials as well.
Yeah, so this is now like an additional opportunity for players to get additional of the boss mats for the boss ladders. Which we've heard a lot about how players were like, hey, we only really have one kind of method to get them, and we wanted to expand that and bring that into more avenues so players didn't have to just kind of be like tunneled off into one area to get like specific boss mats, which is cool.
Yeah, variety is the spice of life.
Yes.
I like that the contribution encourages you to actually use these. In Season 2, I just chain summon the boss over and over and over, and there would be this awkward dance where someone would show up, and it's like, I know you have
the waiting game. Like,
use your material.
Yeah, and that's why it's really also important that the nuance is honestly lost pretty frequently when we're talking about like drops for different kinds of creatures in different sorts of situations like this. Like Treasure Goblin, we talked about Treasure Goblin a while ago, a few seasons ago, and I remember I put a poll out on X.com.
So
at one
weird
point,
to say.
basically, I know. I put a poll out basically asking players what they believed the legendary drop rate of Treasure Goblins to be, and I had a whole bunch of options, and I think like 85% of the players were wrong. And because the drop rate at that time was 50%, players didn't feel it because they didn't see the Treasure Goblin enough to really notice that it was actually that high. So I think making sure that like we were like buffing up those moments where like if I have my contribution bonus a little bit higher, that helps make sure that is felt.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what's funny is Joe talking off screen and we're all looking off and people are just staring us stare into this random corner and stuff. You know what would be funny is we all just actually looked back there at Vale. We should have planned
Every
that.
time.
Yeah,
Like,
every time.
Joe.
And then like Joe's turned into Bale.
Literally coming in the corner.
That's awkward.
That wasn't part of the plan.
I like the deep shadows.
That's where he is.
I guess the moments when I decide to say something, maybe they'll occasionally become.
I was like, we have another camera. Awesome. Cool. So a lot of Helltide changes that we have coming into.
Yeah, I
the
think
game.
there's actually
And
one
then-
more
yeah,
slide.
I'm pretty sure we have one more.
So one thing that we've kind of covered a lot across like just tempering and just the masterwork and just the spirit of Season 4 in general, just like removing friction points and just keeping players in the flow, the flow of fun.
People want to blast.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the Doomsayer variants, and again, like the Doomsayer's new activity type, it's kind of like a Kinder Egg surprise where you interact with them, they crackle and pop into something, a variety of things actually. So one of the variants that we had was the Chest of Doomsaying, where they would explode into a tortured gift that costs 50 cinders and gives you a whole lot of good stuff. We're kind of reviewing that, and sometimes what can happen is you can encounter one of these at the very start of your Helltide run, and you don't have 50 cinders. It's not a lot to get, but it still is kind of a stressful, potentially feels bad moment. So we just said, hey, let's just have it explode into the loot directly. You save 50 cinders, and you kind of just keep going on your merry way in the tides. So that's one of the kind of like efficiency smoothing outs that we've done. The next one is also just we're dumping a whole bunch of monsters on you, and it's always a feel bad moment when you get knocked out of an interaction. You're trying just to open up the tortured gift and head out. So we reduced the channel time to open tortured gifts from 3 seconds to 1.5 seconds. I believe for Season 4 launch proper.
Nice.
That'll help a lot. So, and I think we'll address some feedback of like, why don't we just make it instant, right?
Right. Yeah, we kind of do want to safeguard against like the accidental clicks. Again, it's a frenetic game, so you're clicking a whole bunch, and I think 1.5 seconds is enough time to let you make sure that that's what you want to commit to before you open it.
And there's also like because you guys can talk about this. There's changes to like the channeling. Like you I think with like dot damage and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, dot damage now won't interrupt channeling as well, which I think is a pretty good.
Which is good. So especially as you are in the frantic areas of Helltide and everything. So lots of Helltide changes, a lot of good feedback from players from PTR. Derek, thanks for walking through on that, but you're not done yet.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, but wait, there's more. As you guys know, like there is, this is Season 4 Loot Reborn, and part of Helltide includes the Iron Wolves. And some people have figured that out even before our blog on Tuesday. But we did want to talk a little bit about Season 4 and the Iron Wolves participation.
Here's your seasonal mechanic.
Along with some cool things
Buckle
that are
up.
specific to seasonal characters for Season 4 as well.
Yeah. So again, as mentioned, the players who joined us in the PTR, or again caught all the various blog posts, will notice that the Iron Wolves are now a permanent part of the Helltides. They're fighting and dying alongside the players now, and they're here to stay. However, for our seasonal players, we have the Call of the Wolves seasonal activity, where players will get to spend a bit more time with the Iron Wolves and go on a bit of a journey with them to try and uncover the potential root cause behind these rising tides and uncover this mysterious phenomenon that's threatening to corrupt and consume the Iron Wolves from within. In addition to that, again, the Iron Wolves are in the Helltides with you. As players are fighting and dying alongside the Iron Wolves in the Helltides, you're also going to be earning your way through the Wolves Honor reputation system. And this is seeing you progress your way through a collection of just super juiced rewards that are specifically tuned to overpower your leveling journey from level 1 to 100 and beyond. The main pillar for this reputation track was really pushing the player's powers forward. The player power forward, there you go. The player's power forward and giving them early access to gear with juice stats, legendaries, materials, boss materials, and even a resplendent spark as like a cherry on top at the end.
We love the juice.
We do love that. But in the spirit of wait, there's more. Those are all like the gameplay related things. But we also have a couple of really cool cosmetics that you earn through the collective Call of the Wolf seasonal activity. So this is the Iron Wolf Mount Trophy, the little Iron Wolf banner, and a little bit fast, but So the Iron Wolf Mount Trophy. We're doing it live here. That's earned from completing the there it is. You can get both of them. That's earned through completing the reputation track, and the Blood Maiden head is earned by completing the associated Call of the Wolf quest line.
Awesome. Yeah, those look really great. And of course, as you mentioned, Resplendent Sparks. And then I know there's one other item that I know we wanted to talk about with this season specific, because it is specific for Season 4. And
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder on that. There's so much to cover.
I know. There's a lot. I know. Derek has like the largest list of items to kind of go through here. So.
So as mentioned before, on the seasonal team, we love our experiments, and I don't think a season would be one without some level of experiment. So with that, we have the seasonal item, or as kind of like call it the seasonal toy, and that's the Profane Mind Cage. So there it is. So the Profane Mind Cage is pretty cool in the sense that it's a guaranteed drop from the Hellborn, and when you consume it, I kind of like to imagine you just like eating this demon brain.
Yum.
When you consume it, for the next 60 minutes, the Helltide monsters are going to be boosted up to 10 levels, depending on the world tier that you consumed it in, and you're also going to be increasing their Aberrant Cinder drop rates. So, again, all tying this back to that leveling journey and like tempering and stuff, like this is a really fun item that lets you kind of put your build to a little bit more of a test in exchange for maximizing your Helltide efficiencies through, just one higher monster level means, more XP and stuff like that, and also just Aberrant Cinder drops too.
Yeah. We also.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead,
I was just
Colin,
gonna say we juice the World Tier 2, 3, and 4 XP, so
That's
it ties
yeah.
super well. You can just get to blast to endgame very quickly now.
Yep.
Yeah, and with the Mind Cage itself, like, because everyone's probably going like, well, that's a consumable. Like, how do people end up like obtaining additional ones of those, or can you get more of those throughout the season and everything?
Yeah, we want to be very generous with those. So one, they're a guaranteed drop from the Hellborn in World Tiers 3 and 4, but you can also use them in World Tiers 1 and 2. So if you want to like boost some level, alts and whatnot. You also get I think like a bucket of them through the Wolves Honor reputation. Like we crammed as many rewards as we could in there. So They will be in steady stream, so don't, again, in the spirit of like, use it, don't hoard it, definitely experiment and have fun with this thing, because, you know, it's a game, have fun.
Yeah, so it's great. Like, if you want a little bit more of a challenge, a little bit better rewards as well, you can, of course, use your Mind Cage, and that is exclusive for...
I don't know if I'm going to play seasonal. I'm not sure what's the point.
And of course, some of the new season stuff with the Iron Wolves. And if you're a lore nerd, Iron Wolves, of course, are a very familiar faction within Diablo. They are from Diablo 2, Act 3. You could actually hire them as some of your mercenaries, or one of the mercenary options, though we know a lot of people went with an Act 2 mercenary in Diablo 2 for the aura. But yes, cool. Thank you so much, Derek. And of course, we still have more to talk about. We're actually going to go back to Colin. And Colin is going to talk us through a little bit about the Pit. The Pit is a brand new feature within Season 4 and is now a permanent feature within Diablo 4.
That's right.
Yeah, do you want to like give us a breakdown for people who may have not experienced the Pit or may have not seen the stream beforehand? And then on top of that, tell us about all the improvements that we're doing to the Pit based off of feedback.
Don't you want to know
so,
the
you know,
mercenaries lore?
something that players have asked for since we did a bunch of nerfs to the Nightmare Dungeons, if you recall, I forget what season it was, but we made tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons a lot easier so players could get through them. One of the big pieces of feedback we got was, okay, well, where's my measuring stick? You know, the game is a power fantasy. It's about getting as much raw power
out of
as possible,
water.
just dominating, right? So if there's no place
right
to push
back.
back, then, you know, everything is just a little bit too easy. So the Pit of the Artificer is our answer to that measuring stick. You're going to be able to push very deep into the Pit. There's a lot of levels. We were inspired by Abattoir of Zir, but to be very clear, you know, Abattoir of Zir was a special case in that each tier jump was just like brutal.
It was
right?
like exponential.
Yeah, it was like ridiculously hard every single tier, and it's like, you could only get to 7, which isn't very heroic or powerful, right? So we've taken a lot of the learnings from Abattoir of Zir. The Pit goes very deep. There's many more tiers. It's much more gradual, so you can start pushing into it and getting some of these masterworking material rewards. And the Pit is all about, you know, just blasting through monsters and the demons of hell, right? There's no negative modifiers. We're not CCing you a bunch. You know, this is really just a test of how powerful your build is. So from the PTR, we actually got feedback that it was way too easy because we added a ton of power through tempering, through the Codex of Power. It's just much easier to get a lot of those aspects online. So we've taken a look and we've moved some of the masterworking material tiers around. Previously, you know, the tier 1 masterworking materials only came from 1 to 20. We've moved that up 10 tiers. So tier 1 will come from 1 to 29. Tier 2 will come from 30 to 59, and tier 3 will be 60 plus. And what that does, it just makes the journey feel a little bit more rewarding, right? Like we saw in the PTR that people just like within the first 2 hours just blasted through all of it because they're so powerful. So we've just adjusted some of the rates there. So you have to push a little bit deeper. You have to optimize your build a little bit more. So those armor caps are things to watch out for, right? Where if you're over the armor cap, it's just a straight optimization to start thinking about how you want to replace some of that armor. We think that feels pretty good. And overall, we've increased the health and damage, or sorry, I should say, increased the health on all monsters post level 100, both in the Pit and Nightmare Dungeons. So the enemies should be pushing back on you a little bit more, right? You care a little bit more about utility, defense, outside of just one-shotting everything.
What did I
right?
miss?
So it sort of tests you a lot more. You know, and part of that feedback, though, that we've heard is that, well, like, Nightmare Dungeons don't feel very rewarding. The Pit doesn't feel super rewarding post, you know, that 60 tier when you're getting those top-end masterworking materials. So we've done 2 major changes. One is we've added obols that scale with both of these tiers. So everything past tier 46 in Nightmare Dungeons and everything past tier 1 in the Pit, actually. It just always gives you obols. You might ask, like, but obols are terrible. But, you know, again...
Why do I want obols, Colin?
I know, right? A big part of Season 4 was that, you know, we made the Gambler guarantee 925 legendaries at level 100. And those legendaries can roll greater affixes. So, you know, if you blow, you know, a ton of obols on two-handers, for example, those two-handed legendaries you're getting are the same as anywhere else in the game. So it's actually a huge efficiency boost to getting the items you're looking for.
So to be clear, you can get like some of the best items in the game
You can
from
get-
the obol vendor now.
Absolutely.
So that makes them a lot more valuable.
And one thing that is also changing with Opals. It's like, because, you know, when people pick up Opals, they're like, oh, I've got my cap. And
yeah,
now I'm like,
someone's like
I'm like,
typing,
I run back to town.
but Colin, the Opal cap is fucked. So, you know, like we've increased the Opal cap substantially. So the amount of Opals you get now is 2,500 you can hold up to.
Oh, yeah.
So you can just like
Nice.
go to the gambler and be like, give me everything. And you can just do that a couple of times.
Yeah.
So get your obols and hit the tables. Pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah, exactly. And the items are incredible.
And just to like double down on this for a second too, like one of the things that we also did as part of this, like when you use the enchanting feature in Diablo 4, you can't actually enchant off of an affix into a greater affix.
That's right.
Yes.
So when a good item drops for you in the base game, you can't try to like roll for greater affixes off the enchanting system.
Yeah.
It's good for getting you to a stat you really need in a situation where an item didn't get you what you wanted.
Yeah.
But now with the Opals vendor, like those items, not only are they eye power.
Okay, chat, I need your help. What should my video be? My video is going to be D4 season of blank. Season of Helltide. Season of Doo-Doo. Season of PTR. Season of Eternal Realm. What do we call this season?
Try to get try to get that one helmet.
Yeah.
Like now I have a chance to really do that, and this is a way for you to like getting more drops and such inside the pit is one thing, but giving you more choice when you get out of a pit run, I think
Yeah.
is very
Yeah.
valuable.
It's gonna
Yeah.
feel way better. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and another change we made was to Glyph XP. We got a bunch of feedback
Yes.
that's like, God, what the hell, Nightmare Dungeon. So we've increased the Glyph XP by 25%, which is faster leveling. And we've also scaled the amount of rune shards, which is the pit currency to get into the pit, with Nightmare Dungeon. So you can create sort of a positive feedback loop if you're really strong, you're really powerful, you're hitting those tier 100s. In the Nightmare Dungeons, you're getting tons of pit keys that you can then translate into the pit and just get lots of runs and lots of masterworking there.
Yeah, so a lot of feedback from Nightmare Dungeons. People were saying like, "Hey, are we planning on making any changes to that Glyph XP?" And
Yep.
So there are
sure
some.
did.
We sure did. We actioned on it for sure. So and then there's funny enough. There's also even in the season journey, I believe there's also like changes to the ashes themselves, where you can actually use that to boost even like Glyph XP is also part of that. With the season journey. So very cool stuff that we have.
One more. Sorry.
There's more.
I have this list, but then I don't actually read it.
But then
it's just
he
like a
doesn't
prop. Yeah,
actually
sorry.
D4
one other
season
thing
of
that we did was we heard
non-season.
a bunch of feedback that players were dying at the end of the pit because we have this like shadow boss that sometimes comes in and throws a wrench in what you're doing. And you know, as much as I push for learn to play, you know, our encounter
I
designers.
like to get good philosophy
yeah.
person.
Ruthless.
Absolutely.
Take
it was
that,
hilarious.
hardcore players. Surprise.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah, isn't it fun to die after you killed the boss? Yeah, so our encounter designer did an amazing job cleaning up a lot of those affixes after you kill that boss, and the arena should be clear now after you kill that boss.
As chat says, get good.
that's
We saw that a lot, and you know, if you're a hardcore player, that would have been a tragic loss to your character.
I prefer the word hilarious.
Yeah, some designers like fist pumping, like yes, got him.
Yeah, just watching streams and reactions from that. So awesome. So a lot of changes coming for the pit. Pit is, of course, a new feature within Diablo 4 permanently, and you can experience that in Eternal and Seasonal realms. And of course, we have some updates to the boss ladder, because the boss ladder itself is changing pretty significantly. We talked a little bit about like how you can get additional materials in other places that Derek had mentioned, but Colin has
D4
additional
Season of Legacy.
points that he wants to bring up about the boss ladder, because we got a lot of feedback on that, and there's some new changes to it with
right.
Season 4.
Yeah, so we added Endariel, the best lesser evil.
Yes. Yeah. Boo, Asmodean.
Yeah, I
Boo.
know. Yeah, always dunking me.
Yeah, just dunks me with orbs all day. Who likes that guy?
Yeah. So Endariel, obviously, has come back. She's incredibly fun to fight. The encounter design team killed it. And you know, on top of Endariel, we've added a new tier to the boss ladder called Tormented Bosses. So these are much higher level than level 200 bosses.
Holy crap,
sort of
they're
pinnacle
showing a
aspirational
different
bosses to take
character.
down. And what we've done here is we heard a bunch of feedback that it required 5 times the amount of boss materials, including some rare pit material, to summon these, and 5 times the reward. That didn't really feel like the right amount of reward efficiency for taking on something that was challenging, so we've nerfed the cost it's now 3x the amount of boss material and 5x the reward. So you get some pretty big efficiency wins there, especially if you're crushing them in the end game. So that's feeling pretty good, we think. We also heard a lot of feedback that it's tedious to do the same activity over and over and over to summon some of these things, right? So it's like, I want to summon Penitent Knight, or I want to do the Beast of Ice. I know you and I have done that one, like, you know,
yeah, every
hundreds of
build I've
times.
chosen in a season requires the Beast and Ice, and
It's like, I guess I'm
just
doing
stuck in
another Nightmare Dungeon.
hell forever. It's
Yeah.
been great.
Yeah.
Very
So,
happy about that.
yeah. Well, we made it better. A lot of our random, monsters and activities and things like that. So, elites, whisper caches, treasure goblins, world bosses, Hellborn, to name a few, are all going to start randomly dropping these boss materials. So, you're not necessarily forced into doing one exact activity. It's still going to be the absolute best way to get some of this boss material. But as long as you're blasting, you're just going to be getting a lot of these materials ambiently, which you can trade. You can just sort of cash in on at your heart's desire. We think this makes the game feel more flexible.
You can tell how
and
much
sort of enables
influence
you to play a little bit more on
Rax
how you want to play,
has on
while still
these.
keeping the experience
They're even
fresh.
using the word
So I think that's gonna
blasting.
be a pretty big win.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah. To jump back into the Torment bosses, just because I'm going to jump around a little bit.
Which is good.
We heard
Which
a
is
bunch of
good, by the way.
feedback, especially from Widijo. Hopefully he's watching. Is
There's
the
no
bosses.
way Woody Joe's watching right
I know,
now.
probably not. Yeah, it's not very interesting. We did some tuning to make sure that the tormented versions have some more parity, right? It was sort of like in a scenario where like one of the ladder bosses was just like dead easy, didn't really match the difficulty of the rest. And
We see
that's
this guy wearing a
important
blue hoodie.
because we give you one guaranteed resplendent spark one time for defeating any of these. So one step closer to getting that uber unique that's not just a raw drop of your choice, which is pretty awesome. And then something else, speaking of resplendent sparks, we're adding one to Uber Lilith. So the first time you kill Uber Lilith, you're also going to get another resplendent spark.
So now that brings us to 3 opportunities of being able to earn yourself a resplendent spark. We heard one from Derek at the end of the season, the Iron Wolves, board, and doing that within the season. We now have one with the Echo of Lilith, and of course one with your first tormented boss as well. So additional opportunities to earn resplendent sparks, and of course you can still salvage your any Uber gear that you do happen to find, and you can actually earn a resplendent spark.
Yeah. So what that means is if you do all of these and then you get an Uber unique, you can actually change that into whatever one you want.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is really what that means.
And then something else, on the Uber uniques is that
I'm just laughing because I didn't realize this, but chat's calling out with our tooltip that we showed. We had 200 plus resplendent sparks.
Yeah,
that's what happens when you.
We're just really lucky. We're doing good.
Yeah.
That's how I get them.
Let me tell you
Isn't that
guys
how
about
get them?
dev tools.
Yeah, that's actually my account online. So.
Oh yeah, nice.
So on the Uber uniques, we heard a bunch of feedback that it feels like a chore to have to do, the Penitent Knight into Varshan, into Doom Duriel, just for a chance at an Uber unique, right? And we've experienced that ourselves, right? It's like, God, I got to do all this stuff to fight the boss that's going to actually drop something that I care about. Greater affixes help that because there's some variation to the uniques you're going to get. But for Uber uniques, we've actually added a small chance, a little bit lower than Duriel, to all of the ladder bosses, and they're going to have a chance to drop an Uber unique as well. So while you're grinding through this ladder, every single boss you kill is going to have a chance to drop an Uber unique. It's not exactly the same as Duriel, and Duriel. We should do like a combo, like Duriel.
A lot of Uriels.
And we think that's going to make it feel a lot
D4 season
So, yeah, a lot
of
of changes coming with boss
easy
ladder,
mode.
and changes based off of PTR feedback that we saw.
Yep.
Plus, just overall changes for season 4 that we were planning, so that it's gives more opportunities for players to actually experience it. And of course, the new versions of the bosses themselves and their tormented Echo versions. So
Season
also
4,
thank you so
the
much, Colin.
search for fun.
And I know we wanted to, before we jump into Q&A, because we're getting towards the end of our updates for season 4. Mr. Adam Jackson wants to talk a little bit about the season journey. This is actually something really cool.
One last thing. Us over on Class Designer, we're really passionate about this and we're excited for it. So the season journey. So we really want to kind of juice the rewards and make the season journey more exciting. And so what we went and did was, when you're going through the season journey for every class, you're actually going to be getting a preset, curated amount of legendaries as you're going through that are targeted toward a specific build. So we chose a build for every class in Season 4, and we're going to change it around in future seasons. Please give us feedback on this, but we think it'll be pretty cool. But you're basically going to get like close to a completed build when it comes to opening those caches. They're guaranteed targeted legendaries to build a specific fantasy for every class. I think we have a video to show what they're going to be for every class in Season 4. Maybe there. So Barbarian here, you can see we're going to be giving you a bunch of legendaries related to Dust Devils. The Druid, we're going to be giving you basically a pulverized build, which is pretty cool. Next is the Necromancer. Of course, everybody's going to be playing minions, so we gave you a bunch of minion-focused legendaries. This should be pretty awesome. And then next is the Sorceress. We actually have a cool new legendary coming into the game for Incinerate, which you'll see here.
Yeah,
it
there
splits
it
up.
is.
So we were giving you an Incinerate build on the Sorceress. And then the Rogue, we're giving you one targeted toward Barrage. So again, kind of the point of this is that, you know, if you don't really know what you want to play, or you really want to just go through a season journey and try out something before you go to a build that you really want to do, you have a foundation of something more complete to start with, which we're pretty excited about. We think it'll be really cool.
And with the codex change now, you also get to like all those items are actually dropping out of the season journey caches. You get to kind of keep those. They all go into your codex. You can use that build for the entirety of your leveling process.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I've got a great idea. Oh, Billy, what's your idea? We don't have any build diversity, so let's trick them by giving them the items for the builds we do have. And then websites will copy those builds, and then everybody will be happy. And they won't even notice that we're forcing them to do it. Bonus. Good idea.
Pretty huge. It's by far the biggest season for Diablo 4 yet. And I know we wanted to jump into Q&A. I did want to bring up one thing as well.
Oh, wow, okay.
Which is, this is a change that will be represented in, by the way, patch notes are coming out immediately after this stream. So,
oh, geez, okay.
So that's one thing. So yeah, people can check out patch notes immediately after this stream.
Please enjoy reading it as much as we enjoyed writing it.
Writing it and reviewing it and editing it. And I wouldn't, based off of the size of the patch notes, I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a few things that might be missing that we'll probably like have to post add if as we're kind of going through it, just because it's massive in terms of size, as people saw from PTR, and now it's just even
it
larger.
represents a few different teams like effort trying to deliver this too.
Yeah. So but patch notes will be up. One thing in the patch notes that I did want to bring up is, and this is a thing that's coming in season 4, is for players that want to change their hair on their characters themselves, they can actually go to the wardrobe now and actually be able to do it, which is a nice, like, good quality of life feature. We've heard a lot of people go like, hey, I kind of want to, you know, I made that character a while ago, especially like an Eternal character or something like that. I'd like to be able to change that around. Yeah, I now have that flexibility of being able to do so, which is actually really cool. So we're going to jump into Q&A, as usual, as we always do. We will start off with a question. This is actually something that's been a popular topic that a lot of people have been talking about since PTR, and of course, even this week with the blog itself. But
don't leave me in suspense.
I know. I think we have the question. There it is. What does this mean for season powers in the future?
Oh, just what season 4 is, like the nature of season 4. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So yeah, season 4 is a. Season 4, as I mentioned before, is like an opportunity for us to kind of like lift up a lot of aspects of the game that we think are really important. Diablo is a game about killing monsters and getting loot. And as I said before, getting loot, we need to make sure it feels at least as good as killing monsters, right? Like it's extremely important that this part feels good. And we took a lot of our development effort and put it against that goal as part of this release. And there were other parts of the game that we lifted up at the same time, like the various changes that we talked about for Helltide, for example. You know, the myriad new tempering recipes and things like that. There's lots of things we did, I think, as part of the release, just make the base experience of Diablo 4 more fun, right? So I'm really excited we're able to do that in Season 4. Thinking about what the future holds, we always want to make sure that with every season, you know, we are adapting to what we think the game needs at that time. We think it's going to make for a better experience overall. We love the idea of seasonal powers. We've learned a lot of really, really great stuff from the days of the Barber all the way through the vampiric powers we got in Season 2, and all the Seneschal and Construct stuff we had in Season 3. We have lots of big ideas for the future, so but, you know, you will see seasonal powers again in the future in different themes and mechanics as we go. That's kind of our promise to you. And with the things that we have in terms of like the Iron Wolves quest line and the various rewards you get, changes we made to the season journey for like getting like all of those themed items those various like kind of aspect builds together as you kind of progress through. We want to keep building upon these mechanical elements as well at the same time to kind of continue to help lift up the experience. So yeah, we will be returning seasonal powers in the future. But with every season, we want to make sure that we're doing what we think is lifting the game up the most, the things that we think are most important at that time.
Awesome. Question from our, I'll bounce between some questions from chat and from our forums, because we did have a thread up in our forums about specific questions, but this one's from the forums. This is from Avalon. They're asking if, because Season 3 actually ran longer and Season 4 itself had a PTR, will Season 4 actually be a shortened season, or will it still be a standard size season? They weren't sure how PTR is actually affecting the time on it.
So PTR is not as impactful for the timing here. I think it's a slightly shorter season. I think it's like 1 week shorter or something. I need to look at the date.
Yeah, and I will note, like, PTR, the reason why Season 3 ran longer was because we wanted to make sure that we could get that PTR. This was our first PTR, so there was a little bit more effort needed to get that out for players.
Yeah, I guess you're absolutely right. So I think about when I'm thinking about the future and what PTRs look like, and what we want things to be like. It's not that having a PTR automatically means that everything is going to take longer to deliver. But there was a lot of things we had to set up for the first time for the PTR for Season 4, and I'm really glad that we did, because as I think you've seen, there's a lot of things we learned as going through the process.
And it gave us the time to iterate and use the feedback too, which we did a lot of things on based on.
Question from Blake Darko CS. Will you guys think about maybe a potential different beam color for items with greater affixes?
So I know we talked about this for a while.
Yeah, I think that's something we're definitely going to keep an eye on. Like right now, we think that the little dots, or I should say huge dots, the huge stars on them, are doing a pretty good job. But that's something that we also need to feel out and play, and we're super open to feedback and seeing how these new big stars are going to help.
Yeah. The change, especially the changes in the inventory, because now you can actually identify them in your inventory, and everything is really big.
And these also roll on unique, so there's a little bit of work that we'll need to figure out. But again,
it's true. You can get greater affix on unique items as well.
So it's the beam color gets a little confusing there. So something that we'll monitor for sure, and of course something that we've seen from players and a lot of people bringing that specifically up. Fire Dragon Dad says, are the Season 4 updates going to retro into existing Eternal? So everything we talked about today, with the exception of the Iron Wolves questline stuff, is actually present in the Eternal realm. So players, like the Codex power changes, everything like that will be there. I know there are a lot of questions related to the Codex changes, especially for Eternal players. And just to clarify, if you have aspects in your inventory and your stash, it'll take whatever your highest roll of that specific aspect, and that will become your new best codex entry when Season 4 does start. You may need to log on to specific characters on Eternal to at least for us to be able to check your inventory, but the stash I know will automatically move over there. Cool. And same thing for I know we get a lot of questions about items on Eternal. Those will be marked as legacy items specifically, because obviously we've changed a lot of affixes and everything.
And those items you can't craft on those items either at that point. You can't temper those items, and you can't masterwork those items. But they'll still retain the item upgrade state that they had from the blacksmith before.
Exactly. So if it doesn't mean when you log on all your gear is suddenly unusable. It's just marked as legacy, and you won't be able to use tempering or master.
It's a great stepping off point to getting some of the new items that could have greater affixes and other things that could make it even more powerful.
A question that we have actually from the forums. This is from Iggy. With the itemization reworks, is there what is the next big thing you guys are actually looking at potentially wanting to really work on within the team? I don't know if we want to play our cards too early.
Well, I think
we're working on things.
We're working on all kinds of stuff, everybody. But no, I think one thing we want to continue to work on, I think you see as we're thinking more about the Endgame experience, a lot when we launched Diablo IV, we thought of Endgame really as a journey from from 50 to 100, the things you're doing along the way, and getting all of your Comparion glyphs and leveling those glyphs up, and diving deeper into Nightmare dungeons, and going and eventually confronting Lilith. That was what we kind of imagined or thought that Endgame would feel like, and that was a good thing for us to build on. I think we saw that a lot more players were looking for Endgame explicitly at level 100. Yeah. That was when they wanted a lot more things to open up, and we've made a lot of changes recently to try to create more gameplay around that part of the experience, between the itemization changes and the crafting changes, and also the introduction of tormented bosses, and of course the Pay the Artificer. Yeah. So I think that we know that there's more opportunities for us to build on these things, right? I think you've heard me say this before, but you know, a lot of the things we're doing in season 4 specifically really are done to like build a new framework, you know, for how Endgame sort of functions. The things that drive a player forward, the things that get them excited, and the content that they engage with along the way as well, right? We want to make sure that that players are having a really fun time, a rewarding time while they're playing Diablo 4, and that they can find opportunities to be appropriately challenged as they go through the experience as well. We think there's more opportunities for us to kind of like grow and expand the offerings of things that players can have access to, the things they can go experience, you know, at that stage of the game.
Awesome. Question from Old Dudes, New Games. I love these names. They're so good. What about codex resetting when swapping characters? That was actually just an issue on PTR. Like when you swapped characters and stuff like that. Sorry.
Yeah, when you
lost
swap,
my-
then you use the when you use the boost NPC. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was not a thing that you will experience with season 4, and so that's not a common thing or a normal thing that's supposed to actually happen. It just was a bug that we had in PTR. There's a lot of questions here about the mind cage, and I just want to maybe clarify with the players. Opus Crocus says, if you consume more than one, does the mind cage stack or does the timer reset?
Very nice
Timer
question.
reset, I think.
Yeah, the timer resets.
Timer resets, okay. And then in regards to, again, this is from Optics, do mind cages trigger for a single player or your whole group if you're grouped up?
Single player. I
Just
believe
a
it's
single
personal.
player. Yeah, it's a personal thing. Okay. All right. So clarity around the mind cages, because I know we've had a lot of people ask specifically.
And we want
about
feedback on this, by the way, too. So when you get a chance to play with the mind cage during the season, like, you know, tell us what you think. We want to know.
This is from Nupu Games. Do unique items get a stat/functionality boost since tempered legendaries are just straight up better? And is it generally not worth it to equip a unique item after the patch?
Yeah, I mean, I think Adam can speak to some of these changes if you wanted to jump in, but we've done a pass on all the unique items. We've done things like Razor Blade, I think has 4 Thorns affixes, and we changed what the legendary power is.
Yeah.
By the way, that was a big question we got from people in
was it?
PTR,
Okay.
because they were like, hey,
What about Razor Plate? We heard a lot. No, we
in the
had to
pat-
change Razor Plate,
Yeah,
but it'll be cool.
And it's actually in the patch notes, and yeah, it's a lot of Thorns.
Razor Plate's
Yeah.
hilarious. We still love it.
It's hilarious.
I wanted to just have like 1 so you can't miss on Masterworking.
Yeah.
but that might
Yeah,
be
what
too
I'll say
crazy.
though about the unique to legendary item power level, I suppose, is that we knew when we were making these tempering changes and updating those that we wanted legendaries, because they kind of have they have kind of different identities right now in the game, and so we're still figuring out what we want to do with uniques long term. But the idea is that like legendary items, or items really, they have a journey, and you know you're working on them, and there's a story to them, and you know you get it, and it's not like a one-stop shop. You're done, kind of like how they were before. Uniques, a part of their identity is that like, you know, you get a unique and it's freaking awesome and really powerful and very exciting, and you have it and you're done with it. And so we're keeping this discrepancy of like what their purposes are in the game for now, and kind of seeing how it goes. We did take a look at some uniques, but we didn't like do a whole pass of like, you know, every single unique now has 5 affixes or something like that. Like we wanted them to be a little bit different, have different identities. So we do kind of expect that uniques may be less prevalent than they were before. We still believe, though, that a lot of uniques are really key for various builds, and so you're still going to want them. But you're not going to want, like, a unique in every single slot in your character now, because they're just clearly always better, right? Sometimes some builds will want more uniques, some will want less, and we want to kind of see how that plays first before making sweeping changes. You know, some obvious roads we could take is, like, adding crafting to uniques. What if you could temper them? What if you could do these other things, right? Like, we know that that's a thing, and we may do that in the future, but we're kind of evaluating this world where it's not clearly always you only get one or the other, and we kind of want to see how that goes first before making any big changes.
Yeah, and the fixed nature sort of has you consider, it's part of your optimization puzzle, right?
Yes.
Like, well, I'm going to give up some tempering affixes to get this unique, for example, in my chest slot, for example. And we sort of want to see where that goes. Like, we think that that's fun, and we think that the excitement of a unique is those fixed stats. When you see the item on the ground, you know, like, oh, okay, that's the unique I want. I can just equip it. I don't even have to work on it.
Yeah.
It's just like there for me.
It's over.
So,
Awesome. And then I know, by the way, did we talk about masterworking? Or not masterworking,
We
but...
did talk
did.
about Masterworking.
A lot.
we did talk.
I know.
We've done it twice on stream.
Did we talk about groups and with the pit.
I didn't write it down and I didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
So we got a bunch of feedback that, you know, it sucks to help someone with their pit run and just not get any masterworking material. It's like, well, why am I here? So what we've done is we've made it so that the person who opens the pit is going to get 100% of the masterworking materials. Previously, I think it was split, maybe across all players. And what we've done now is that the person who opens it gets 100%, and then everyone who helps defeat the pit gets 50% of that target goal. So we're trying to walk that line where group play isn't just like totally overwhelmingly efficient, but you're still getting something for helping each other like, go through those pit levels.
Yeah, we heard a lot of feedback about players going like, it feels a little unrewarding to and so
totally
there were some
that.
changes.
In general, I think there's still some tension with how players feel about the efficiency of groups versus the efficiency of solo play with like boss summons and things like that. These are things we're thinking about, we have ideas on, but we want to continue to get feedback, particularly with these changes, and kind of see how things play out.
Absolutely.
Awesome. We're getting questions about, you know, hey, are there any updates on social features and things like that coming to D4? Don't know if we have anything to share right now. It's something obviously the team is very well. You guys ask all the time, so we're very, very aware of it. And the team is been looking at it, and once we have more to share, we'll end up sharing it with you guys. But for right now, we don't have any update. There's questions about it. If there's plans of adding maybe potential leaderboards to the pit or anything, or is that going to be something that's just exclusively on the Gauntlet?
I think the idea of adding leaderboards to other types of content over time makes sense. Could be pretty fun, you know. But right now, I really want to see how the pit plays on its own. The trials feature on Challenge Ladder, like we really want that to be a place where players can, or the Gauntlet, like, it's a place where we really want players to be able to like go and compete in a very fixed environment, a very like extremely fair environment, which is like what we really prioritize as part of the release. The pit is pretty variable run to run, so that makes it a little more complicated. It doesn't mean that we would never add it. I think that there's a clear indicator that it'd be pretty fun to have this slightly looser leaderboard associated with a feature like this.
Yeah.
You know, but we're going to see how things play out, and we'll be thinking about how we can add more competitive features like that to the game over time.
Question from Elro here. I didn't pronounce that right, but
Elro here. I think that is actually
nailed it.
It's like an elven name right now.
Since not everyone actually experienced PTR, because PTR itself was on PC Battle.net, but they were asking when tempering, can you keep previous rolls?
Can you keep previous rolls?
Like the enchanting system.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Currently, right now, we don't have the functionality to let you keep the roll. Right now, if you're going to commit to re-rolling, you're going to lose that
You're
previous
committing
one.
to re-rolling.
Yeah, it's sort of like the blacksmith is hammering on that item and unlocking different aspects of the weapon. You sort of lose what you previously had. But we're open to feedback, right? It's a completely new feature. We really want to hear how it's playing, and then ultimately what we want is a fun crafting feature. So if that sort of feedback is really valuable.
We'll take two more, and one is from Matt LOL. Is tempering going to allow changes for the skills, the skill type, like maybe lightning hydras, or maybe changes to Blizzard where it's a rain of fire or something like that?
That's pretty cool.
Honestly, anything an Apex can do.
Yeah.
It is open season of things we could potentially do in the future. Yeah, not in season 4, but possibly in the future.
Awesome. And this is actually from
Elemental
A lot of space to
conversions.
grow.
There is.
Utility
Last epoch.
Yeah,
there's a
we
lot of
need to
space
hit
for some
utility.
interesting things potentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions in here about like additional character customization options and stuff like that coming in the future. It is like something the team is always looking at, adding additional things for players to have more choice of what they want to do, especially as they're creating characters, and of course being able to obtain those, like even just some things in season 4 of being able to get additional, cosmetic things for your mount and everything like that is something that the team is most definitely looking at.
Yeah, we care about this a great deal. I think one thing that's very interesting about Diablo 4, or a problem that we have that's very specific, right, is there are actually quite a few cosmetics for players to earn out on bosses and things, like throughout the game. Like there's lots of things for players to collect cosmetically in the game. But it's really hard to know that drops off that thing in Diablo 4. Like you can go and you could fight a world boss 50 times and not have a drop occur for you, right? Like then eventually you get your special horse. You're like, oh, okay, it is here, but you have no idea. So it's kind of like it's harder to know exactly where to grind. We're actually talking about that a bit on the dev side to see if like there's more ways we can kind of like make it clear where certain things can be found, which I think could be really fun.
Yeah.
But I think that there's work we can do there, and also there's still work we can do about just trying to get more cool looks into the game. So we've been talking a lot more with the various teams inside Diablo 4, and And there's a broad agreement we want to bring more cool stuff to you guys and more cool stuff for players to find and pick up and equip and feel like it was really exciting to get that thing. One thing we're doing like already is we're like, as we develop more uniques, we're trying to make sure that we have like more unique appearances to go with all of them. We have like a lot of really fun ideas. We have to constantly like wrestle with like, all right, we only have like this X many swords, but like we have like this many ideas for swords, and we want to like try to get this in the game. We want to wait till we have the artwork for a sword. We usually try to make sure that we've got a fun toy to immediately give you. But we're going to make sure we're trying to get more of that stuff in game as well. So there's just even more artwork to the unique system for players to collect.
Awesome. So that's all the time we got right here for today. We went over all the changes, or not, actually there's even more changes. There's actually more changes in the patch notes. We can't go through every single line in the patch notes over a stream, so you guys can actually check out the patch notes. Those will be available on Diablo4.com. We always have those listed on our specific patch notes page, and those will be live immediately after this stream. Season 4, Loot Reborn, starts on May 14th. This is across all platforms. It's on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and of course, if you're an Xbox and PC Game Pass user, you can also play Diablo 4 now via PC Battle.net or on your Xbox. So lots of opportunities to play, and of course, Steam. Can't forget Steam. Steam is also on there for PC.
That's also a platform.
That is also a platform. We're everywhere.
Any other platforms you want to shout out? Or?
We're everywhere.
Oh, all right, we're everywhere.
Just everywhere. But again, thanks to everyone for tuning in. We're looking forward to you guys jumping into season 4.
Look at this comment.
Reborn. We'll see you guys
going to Last
game.
Epoch and back to D2.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. I'm seeing lots of W's. D4 good, WWW. Thanks, love Diablo 4, WW. D4 less bad, big L, L. No mechanic. Big L. Patch notes. Okay, back to Dwarven Realms, Aaron. Hey, at least they threw my name right here. That's nice of them. That's nice. They must have known I was coming. I would say it's still a W. This one I'm really torn on. My video, I don't know how I'm going to make the video. I keep going back and forth. Because as a content creator, I can't just think about myself. I have to think about the gamers, the general audience. And I think the general audience, this is going to make Diablo a much better game. For me, I have already played everything this season has to offer. So I was excited thinking that Diablo 4 really got their act together. They listened. They brought in a crafting system. They brought in a masterworking system. They brought in an endgame mechanic with the pit that allows you to push your character and have a reason to progress. They took the one-shot bosses and made them into Uber versions so you have something to progress. They took my favorite endgame activity, Helltide, and they super boosted it. So they have done a ton to the core game. So the core game is feeling a lot better. And we are getting this Iron Wolves seasonal mechanic on top. I wonder what that's going to be. So I had this question mark in my head. I wonder what this new mechanic's going to be. And obviously there isn't a mechanic. It's just the core functionality of the game is better. So, overall Diablo 4 is going to be unequivocally in its best state for season 4. But the conundrum is you don't have to play season 4. You can just play your old characters. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know if that makes sense. It's just a core patch, not a season. Correct. Do you think you would think different if it didn't have PTR? I would think different if it didn't have PTR. I would think different if it didn't have PTR. Because, you know, like, our favorite thing about Helltide are these giant worms that come out and spit enemies. And it's like, yeah, the giant worm pops up. You kill the enemies in 2 seconds and you move on. It's like, you know, it's a nothing burger. Obviously, in the trailer, it looks really, really cool, but you like, you know, it's just another thing you one-shot. But that being said, a lot of the feedback we had on Veiled Crystals, on not being able to see greater affix item, on mob density, on being able to open the chests and mob density around them, talking about the fail rate and the cost for actually crafting. You know, there's a lot of things that were directly thrown out, and they fixed, you know, they fixed all of them, so you got to be happy that they listened to the feedback. I think people blasting PTR made this a little watered down, but that's what comes from playing PTR. And that's, you know, Hogan, I'm wondering if they did 10,000 people in PTR and, you know, and you sign an NDA. So you still get the same feedback from the PTR, but it's not, you know, visual for everyone. It's an extra timed quest line, therefore it's an extra season. Oops, I saw it. No, go back. Patch notes are live. NDA would likely help the type. Page not found. Come on. Patch notes not there.
That point, my issue with it is
Stream kicked to someone else. Nothing. No patch notes yet. That is live. The notes are not. I see. So yeah, that's kind of my thought on it right now. And in my head, I keep thinking, just like a last epoch cycle, I have a level 100 barbarian. I've got 3 level 100 barbarians and multiple level 100 druids. I would still need to fully re-gear the character. I would still need to max out my aspects. We would still have to max out some of our glyphs. Do we... I don't know. Like, do I want to play the season or do I want to play Eternal Realm? That is what's going through my head right now. Aaron, how will you get 1 week of streaming out of this? I don't know. I can get 1 week of streaming out of it if I start another character, if I start a new character. I'm happy, though. PTR was great. They improved that. And yes, it took 4 season 4. But they have a good game now. Everything else now should be a bonus. You can play the season, do the quest, and then switch to whatever you want to do Eternal. Testing the actual new leveling feel, but wouldn't you be bored to death then? Bored to death. I just think about every other game that has released recently, and Diablo gets all the flack when basically everything is being released too early. Aaron, Season 4 is the best state Diablo has been in. Correct. The season sounds like the most feasible option in terms of content. You know, Hogan, there's a lot more to it. It's not D4 bad because D4 bad. It's not drama clicks. It's one Blizzard for whatever reason, when it comes to Diablo 4 specifically, has been not great at communicating. So it was communicated that PTR is core gameplay mechanics, and there will still be a seasonal mechanic. So all the streamers, all the content creators, everyone, D4's fixed, D4 good. Wow, this is such a huge improvement to the core game, and we get a seasonal mechanic, right? When obviously that was, that was incorrect. So one, overpromise, underdelivers, the worst thing you could possibly do. So just everyone's, what's the new seasonal mechanic? There isn't one. Okay, here's what PTR is, or here's what the season's gonna be. It's basically PTR. So I just think it's, from a content creator perspective, it's just not that exciting. That doesn't mean it's bad. Yeah, Blizzard is terrible at setting expectations. And think about how many people watched Woody, Rax, Darth, Zizarin, any of the big action RPG guys. And I know Twitch is a fraction of the player base. I totally get that. But I'm saying, you had literally every major action RPG streamer, including every Diablo streamer, play PTR for 2 weeks. So, that is going to minimize some of the hype for Season 4, knowing that everybody's already seen it. They've seen the map. They know it already. They know it already. Big question. Did it do enough to buy the expansion? That's a question I can't answer. I'm required to purchase the expansion. Actually, that's not true. They will likely give me the expansion, so I'm a terrible person to ask that question to. They gave me Ultimate D4, so they'll likely give me the expansion. I don't force you to buy it, Aaron. I know. Patch notes are up. No, not for me. Yeah, there's no. I think there's one more season, and then we get D4's expansion Q4, right? Patch notes. This is a really good setup season, is what it is. It's a really good setup season. So I am waiting for the expansion, essentially. I would think that they will have some good bundle pricing for the expansion. So you'll get the core game for, $20 extra. Something like, I'm going to guess, incredibly cheap to get the expansion. That is my guess. Also, and again, I'm not trying to be that guy, so just, take it with a grain of salt. The game has been out now for over a year, and this is Season 4. They had all the testing. They had the 3 pre-release get to level 20 events, 25 events. Then they had preseason. Then they had Season 1. Then they had Season 2. Then they had Season 3. This is now Season 4. Most people would agree that the version of D4 we're getting right now is the launch version. So this is Diablo 4 1.0. See, is the tempering and crafting system even close to like Torchlight Infinite and Last Epoch? No. It is better that it has one, but it's not even, it's not even in the same vein. So it's like, sometimes it's hard to give accolades to something that had nothing and now has given something, but that something is still better than nothing, but it's still nowhere close to industry standard. You kind of hear what I'm saying here? Like, I am glad they added it, but it's not like, It's great. The patch notes link is updated. No, it's not. Why I'm not getting it. I have DR, LE, Torchlight Infinite, and PoE. I will likely try other games before going back to D4. They have been so disappointing. Personally, I think it's more Loot 2.0 for D3. 100% agree. This is what it should have been. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, that would be nuts. Like, if they didn't have all that previous stuff and, you know, May 14th was 1.0, first time we get our hands on it, man, people would be blown away. Diablo 4. All right, I control F5. No. Diablo 4 will never be like PoE or TLI. It doesn't need to be, but yeah, it won't. Welcome to hell. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's do this. Let's dump this. Reset the whole thing. I literally just want to see the balancing updates for Barbarian. It's all I want to see. Thank you very much. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. You have a clip there to start your recording. I will say, I bought my brother Ellie, and it was a bit too much for him, so he played D4 because it's so casual. He was confident enough to play Ellie now, so it's a big win. That's great. Stepping stone. It is sometimes fun to imagine your perspective, Aaron, as a content creator. Like Kaiser says, we the viewers can skip whatever seasons we dislike. We don't need / have to show this to people. That's true. That is true. So yeah, I'm like super torn on this. Game is moving in the right direction, but I feel negative excitement. That's I don't know how to put that into words. And again, it's if Last Epoch was like Cycle 2 is Cycle 1. We're just going to launch the same thing because I've already played it. I wouldn't be excited. Okay. Updated. Wait a second. May 2nd. This is all platforms 140 May 14th. Yes. Okay. Featured updates. There's no longer a chance for masterworking to fail. The masterworking animation has been removed. Tempering results screen now shows the result affix its role in the range. Various UI improvements for the tempering and masterworking experience. Added multiple tiers for masterworking. Visual indicator has been added. You can now search the term equip or equipped within the Codex of Power. We've added an inventory icon to show what a greater affix is. Helltide and the Pit. Party member spending, we got that. Artillery, Hellborn Chance, increase Baneful Heart. Overall loot quality, Doomslayer variants. which drop the chest. Now just automatically open. Balance adjustments, itemization updates. We know all this. Okay. We know this. We know this. New items. 100%, this is what the game should have released as. I contribute that mostly to the fact that it's public company. Outside pressures focused on turning a profit and not making a good game just ruin games. There are several articles last year quoting devs who said the game was not ready, but they had to release it anyways. It's also a major disadvantage to companies like GGG and 11th Hour Games have over companies like Blizzard. Keep in mind how long GGG's been out, and GGG is basically fully owned by Tencent. Aaron, you have more time for DR. TE and LE? TI? I know. Season of the real season of 1.0. Season of D5. Uniques. Tyrael's Might, unique chest armor. While at full life, your skills unleash a divine barrage of dealing damage. Ooh, new chest armor. Yen's Blessing, unique boots. Casting a skill has a 40 to 6% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill that is currently on cooldown. This effect can occur every 8 seconds. Casting a skill has a 40 to 60% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill. Holy crap. Do you know what this can do? That means that this can trigger war cries. A 60% chance that I can trigger a war cry on cooldown. Aspect of Frosty Strides. While below 60% life, evade freezes, close enemies, cold damage. No, don't care. Aspect of Concussive Strikes. Lucky hit. Damaging an enemy has a 20% chance to daze them for 2 seconds. You deal 5 to 20% increased damage to dazed enemies. Barbarian. There's what we like right here. One legendary aspect, and 2 unique items. Unique Pantalones. Ancients you summon are empowered. Corla creates an earthquake that deals physical damage over 4 seconds when he leaps. Talik leaves behind dust devils that deal damage while he whirlwinds. Mad ignites the ground, burning enemies for additional damage over 4 seconds when he upheaves the ground. So here's my question. If I was an earthquake, a leap quake barbarian, and I use this, and my ancient now can create earthquakes, is it using my earthquake or like a default earthquake? I'll ask Adam Jackson, see what he says. Twin Strikes, unique glove. After casting double swing 4 times, your next double swing will hit 2 additional times and deal 10 to 25% additional damage. This is what people were using for creating so many Dusk Devils, because you can make Dusk Devils off of double swing. Legendary aspect of the winds. Your shout skills create from 5 to 3. They've nerfed it. Dust Devils that deal damage to enemies along their path. Your Dust Devils are 5 to 20% from 15% bigger and deal 1% increased damage. Man, they're going to be pushing people into Dust Devils, which means we can't use Dust Devils. We can't play the meta thing. We all know that. Druid, Earthbreaker, unique ring. Landslide causes the ground to erupt in tectonic spikes, with which continue to deal damage over 2 seconds. Casting landslide in this area has a 20 or 30% chance to cause additional pillars. Wild Heart Hunger. When you shapeshift into a werewolf or werebear, you gain Wild Heart for 5 seconds. Wild Heart grants you 1 to 1.5 increased damage while shapeshifting skills every 2 seconds. Aspect. When you hit at least one enemy with Maul, increase attack speed by 1 to to 2.5, and you gain 1 to 3 damage reduction. Nothing overly exciting for Druid or Barbarian. And that's all we play. Balance update. What did they nerf? Banished Lord's Tallyman. Update the visuals and sound to indicate that your next core skill were overpowered. Critical strikes, overpowered damage reduced. Damn. They nerfed overpower again. Resources needed to guarantee overpower from 300 to 275. They literally cut it in half. You used to be able to get up to 120. Now you can get up to 60. Will damage increased while unstoppable, reduced from 20 to 30 to 10 to 20. Damage increase persists for 1 second longer while being unstoppable. 2 of our favorite items nerfed. We don't like that. Well, I don't like that. Razorblade has been updated to function within a new masterworking system. Now has 4 thorn affixes instead of no affixes. New unique power. Thorns has a 10% chance to deal 100 to 150 increased damage. Okay. Disobedience. Everyone uses this for armor. Armor stacks no longer fall off independently. They are now refresh or reset at the same time. Armor gain changed to 25 to 40. Wow. That is a required aspect. I still can't believe they're giving players gear for one specific build. That's pretty unbelievable, right? That feels unbelievable. Simulation. Dodge, we don't care. Retribution. Chance to stun increase from 8 to 10. Now damage to stunned and knocked down enemies. Intercom. Okay, standing still. Crowded Sage. Previous you heal 0 to 181 per second for each close enemy, up to 605. Now you have an 8% increased dodge chance, successfully dodging max life. Bold Chieftains. Now usable by both Barbarian and Druid. Needle Flare. Now also applies to Thorns and Necromancer. Hectic Aspect. Cooldown reduction reduced from 2 to 4 to 1 to 2. Killing cooldown reduction. That's not nice. Why they got to do that? All right, here we go. Barbarian. This is the last thing I'm going to read on this. Oh, there's like a decent amount of... Holy crap. There's like a lot in here. This is the class we are going to play for D4 Season 4. They took D3 and made it worse. Is that how you feel? Barbarians. Remember how long it took for D3 to get good? Barbarians, 10% innate damage reduction has been removed. Barbarians, instantly squishier. Legendary powers that require Call of the Ancients to be equipped no longer have that requirement. Legendary powers that require Call of the Ancients to be equipped no longer have that requirement. Okay. Previously, Dust Devils would have varying duration, speeds, and movement patterns based on which legendary aspect created them. Now they all behave consistently regardless of which aspect. Additionally, following the updates have been applied to Dust Devils. Okay. Charge. Damage reduced from 250 to 180. So charge is still going to be huge. Power charged. Cooldown reduction per target hit reduced from 3 to 2. Cooldown reduction for hitting a boss reduced from 6 to 4. Maximum cooldown reduction from 9 to 6. So charge does less damage and you can't do it as often. Okay, that's fine. What about playing some class not the top damager? Me? If you saw me streaming during PTR, I was playing Leap Quake, which is not a top damager. Furious Hammer of the Ancients. Here we go. Previous Hammer of the Ancients deals 1% multiplicative damage. Increased damage for each point of fury you have when using it. Now, Hammer of the Ancients deals 2% increased critical strike chance for every 10 fury. Oh, sorry. Damn. They took anybody that knows Barbarian and knows Hammer of the Ancients. That is a murder. They took the multiplicative damage for Fury and made it additive crit strike based upon Fury. Hoda got bombed. Hoda got murdered. Oh, that is a murdering. That's a murdering. Violent Rend. Rend's damage against vulnerable enemies increased from 12% to 25 multiplicative. We like Rend. Rend got a 13% increase multiplicative. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Rupture. The initial damage dealt from Rupture is now guaranteed to overpower. Look at that. I love Bleed Barb. If you like Bleed Barb, Rupture and Violent Rend are huge. And they still have the legendary aspect, the new one. Call of the Ancients. We saw this. Leap damage increased. Frenzy damage increased. Whirlwind damage increased. Upheaval damage increased. Okay, so far, Hammer of the Ancients.
D4 subathon when?
Hey, thank you, Cajun, for the tier 3 sub. D4 subathon. Someday. Maybe. The next subathon is Cycle 3, Last Epoch. Okay, so far, Call of the Ancients, major buff. And Rend Rupture, major buff. Hammer of the Ancients, murdered. When D5 releases, there you go. How you doing, Cajun? Kick. I like Kick. This is what we were using for Leapquake. Range of damage increased from 2-2 to 3. Additional damage when an enemy is knocked into a wall increased from 70 to 105. Damage per 10 fury consumed increased from 20 to 25. Kick got a buff. Unbridled Rage. Bonus damage reduced from 135 to 100. Nerf. Weapon expertise. Oh man, let's see if they actually do something here, because all you use is two-handed axe. Lucky hit chance increased from 10 to 15. Damage while healthy increased from 10 to 15. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. Polearm expertise. Major buff. It literally got a 20% multiplicative increase. Two-handed mace expertise. Fury gain increased from 2 to 5. Previous, you deal 15% increased critical strike damage to stunned and vulnerable enemies while berserking. Now you deal 15% multiplicative increased critical strike damage while berserking. Two-handed mace expertise, huge buff. What everybody used, two-handed axe expertise, vulnerable damage reduced from 15 to 10, nerfed. One-handed axe, critical strike chance against injured enemies increased from 5 to 10, additive. Critical strike chance against injured enemies is now 10%. All right. Okay. Let's see our martial glyph. Cooldown reduction reduced from 4 to 2. This is the second season where they're trying to murder this martial glyph. Martial glyph is for war cries. Murdered. Blood Rage, legendary node. Damage increased by berserking bonus reduced from 25 to 10 and caps at 30. Murdered. Crusher Glyph. Additional bonus overpower damage reduced from 30 to 20. Oh, overpower. overpower nerfed. Dominate glyph. Bonus overpower damage from 5 willpower reduced from 39.9 to 14.9 glyph level. Murdered. Additional bonus. Previously, after not overpowering for 30 seconds, your next attack will overpower. Now, every 30 seconds, your next attack will overpower. Oh, they're crushing Barb. Basically, actually, I'm sorry. If you want to play Hoda overpower, you're murdered. You're murdered. That build, which is the quintessential build, is murdered. Seething Glyph. Additional bonus fury gain on enemy kill increase from 3 to 5. Great. Nobody uses Seething. Still horrible. Hi, Lady Medusa. Hey, Lady Medusa. How was your stream yesterday? What, you think I didn't see you? Shh. You will play the build they want you to play. I know. All right, we're on legendary aspects. Good, actually. Good. Aspect of the sundered ground. Description, reworded for clarity, no functional change. Okay, I'm not even going to read it. That's fine. Well, now every 25 seconds, your next upheaval cast is guaranteed to overpower and deal 25% multiplicative damage. This timer is reduced by 4 seconds when upheaval overpowers a boss or elite enemy. I like that one. Earth Strikers aspect. Bonus overpower damage reduced from 50% to 30%. They're monsters. Aspect of Relentless Arms Master. Fury generation while all 3 walking arsenal bonus are active increased from 35 to 60. Oh, that's nice. D4 Season of Fun Within Limits. If everyone didn't know, Lady Medusa streams on Twitch, and last night she was playing Dwarven Realms. Wild Wind Slashers aspect. Previous, casting double swing twice within 1.5 seconds creates a Dust Devil that deals 0.32% damage to enemies behind the target. Now, casting double swing creates a Dust Devil that deals 0.5% damage to enemies in its path. They crossed off triple the amount of Dust Devils created by double swing if the cast is within 2 seconds. Yeah, they had to go in and murder Dust. Dust Devils are still going to be insane, just not as insane. Once in a blue moon, guys. Guess I always miss the blue moon stream. I know, why they gotta hurt barbarians so much? Doesn't matter. We're gonna play off meta this season. We're gonna do Leap Quake, maybe Call of the Ancients. We'll do some crazy stuff. Devilish aspect. Previous. After generating 100 fury, your next attack that deals direct damage creates Dust Devils. Oh yeah, we already got this. After generating 100 fury, your next direct creates 3 Dust Devils that deals 0.6 damage to enemies in their path. Okay, we already saw that. Dust Devils aspect. Whirlwind leaves behind Dust Devils that deal 0.3 damage surrounding enemies. 1 Dust Devil every 1.5 seconds. Now, Whirlwind leaves behind Dust Devils that deal 0.6 damage to enemies in their path. 1 Dust Devil every 0.75. Oh. They buffed Whirlwind Dust Devil. Aspect of the Fierce Winds. Dust Devil created, reduced from 5 to 3. I'm glad they're reeling in Dust Devils. Glad they're reeling them in. Veterans Brawler. Now increases the damage of charge, kick, and leap. Wait. Now increases the damage of charge, leap, and quick kick. The timer on the buffs has been removed. We like that. Leap Quake buff. Of Giant Strides. Previous, reduce the cooldown of leap by 3.3 to 5 seconds per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 9 seconds. Now, reduces the cooldown of leap by 2.5 to 5 seconds per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 9 seconds. Hitting a boss with leap provides a maximum cooldown reduction. Buff to leap. See, they want me to play Leap Quake, everyone. Anemia, previous lucky hit direct. We're almost done. Lucky hit direct damage against bleeding enemies has a 15 to 30% chance to stun for 2 seconds. Now, lucky hit damaging bleeding or vulnerable enemies has a 30% chance to stun them. See? If you like Rend Rupture, now damaging a bleeding enemy, you have a 30% chance to stun. It's kind of nice. Almost done. Last one. Echoing Fury is now of vocalized empowerment. Now equip on both barbarians and druids. Previous, your shouts generate 2 to 4 fury per second while active. Now, your shout skills generate 5 to 10 primary resource per second while active. They buffed shouts. That's a buff to shouts. Why the hell would they do that? Okay. Lastly, unique items. Rage. Previous lucky hit up to 40% chance to reduce cooldowns of your non-ultimate skills by 1.5 seconds when you inflict bleeding on an enemy. Now, lucky hit. Inflicting bleeding on an enemy has up to a 40% chance to reduce the cooldowns of your skills by 1 second. Oh, it's not just ultimate. It's now all skills. Inflicting bleeding on an enemy has a 40% chance to reduce the cooldown of your skills by 1 second. Oh, man. So your shouts, you're going to get more primary resource, and they're giving us another way to be able to shout more often. Also very interesting. There's nothing in here on shouts. They did not nerf or change anything. Well, I'm sorry. They nerfed again Marshall. So the Marshall glyph from 4 seconds to 2 seconds got killed again. But you might not need Marshall anymore. And you can get all your fury back. It's really, really interesting. Fields of Crimson. The blood pool now makes enemies take increased damage from all types. Bonus damage increased from 20 to 30. Man, they're going after bleed. Ancient's Oath. Bonus damage duration increased from 3 to 5 seconds. Wrath. Damage dealt when freezing enemies increased from 3 to 4, 5. You can now trigger from non-core skills. Oh, so we can now trigger it from basic skills. Dude, there's a lot of stuff in here. What's up, Orange? I'm going to love my bleed barb this season. Putting in for days off now. They buffed Shred a little bit. Wolves. Wolves now gain unstoppable when a skill is cast. Health increased. Respawn from 10 seconds to 5. Wolves are still going to suck. I don't care what anyone says. Lacerate. Damage increased. Oh, they've super buffed Lacerate. Trying to make that good. Well, there's not a ton for Druid in here. Flesh Render. Damage bonus increase from 10 to 15. Previous deal ability Roar and Howl deal damage to nearby poisoned enemies. Increased by 15% with willpower. Now, casting a defensive skill deals damage to nearby poisoned enemies. Increased by 15% for every willpower. Hey, they buffed flesh render. Where's Tech at? He loves that one. Oh, stupid question. This effect, first off, there is no stupid questions. Okay. And yes, the only thing that is not in the Eternal Realm is the Iron Wolves quest line. That's the only thing you're not getting. Okay. Any other questions on Diablo 4? Do we have any other questions on Diablo 4? We saw the new uniques coming in. We know everything that's coming in, and I checked Barbarian. Oh. Is Diablo 4 going to make me cry again this season? Did you cry last season? Is that what we're talking about? I am still crying. If you're still crying, maybe. No. What would make you cry this season is there's no seasonal mechanic. So that might make you cry. That might make you cry a little bit. I'm actually hoping things will improve. I think they're improved. I think they're improved. I think where it's going to be tough is that you're going to think, Aaron, if the Iron Wolves aren't in the Eternal Realm, then that is the seasonal theme. I know. There's no seasonal mechanic, is what I'm saying, Xathius. Bye-bye, D4. Hello, Torchlight Infinite. Yeah, there is, no seasonal mechanic. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Suppose better check the auction house. Today is day 1 of week 3. So you also get a big, boost to your battle pass. So I logged in this morning and we're now up to 43. I play every season to rank 60 because that's when you get the big battle pass reward. I've also made a change to the build and we grabbed this precise elemental resistance level 16. Wow, Tech has more survival than you. What's his survival at? Hey, I now have resistances. Isn't that good?
Need some time.
Well, not all of them. I haven't had time to work on gear, truth be told. Look at that. First thing that falls. Stack of 10. First thing. I want to see Mr. Tech run 8-1 with max quantity. That is so overpriced. Precise elemental resistance. You gotta remember it's an aura. So you can buff it. And it was overpriced. It cost me $16.50. $16.50. It literally made me sick when I bought it. But I'm almost done with the season, so if I'm testing stuff, like, who cares? Kind of what I'm thinking. Needs to be around 50. For a precise skill that can only drop, that every major build and competitor uses. Not gonna happen, good sir. I think what's hard about a skill like that is it is universally good. Every build can use it.
I'll need some time. Your reign of evil ends here.
I really tried to stick with TLI, just didn't grab me like Ellie or Grim Dawn. No, that's like no big deal. I'm glad you gave it a go. Glad you gave it a go. Okay. What did that get us to? Just that one took us to... Wait, what were we leveling? Oh, precise concentration. I'm up to level 57 rewards in the season pass for TLI. That's really good. I'm sure you have more crap than me. By the way, we have enough for the... I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to give it maybe a day or two, and then we'll go after Realm Lord tier 8. We have to beat him. This season, we're beating him. We almost beat him yesterday.
I'll need some time. I pay with my blood. I shall never rest. I shall purify your tainted soul.
I'm up to level 57. Where'd all your FE go?
I'll need some time.
I made almost 1,500 FE in 6 hours yesterday. It's about 1,500 in 6. I had a really good day yesterday. But again, 8-1 max quantity mapping is ridiculous. Did you never have any? You've made 3 characters. You should have thousands.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
My total revenue is 890. That would get you half of my 1 scale. Not another purple guy. Oh, they're freaking everywhere.
Your reign of
We've got all these new ones now we can break down. What do we got? That one. Just in case anyone's curious, I will die a lot. We're not going to stream that long today because I got 2 videos to finish, but we are playing 8-1 max modifiers. Action RPG! Just out of curiosity, have you ever played Borderlands series? I have played the Borderlands series. Not as much as Moxie, but I have. I played Borderlands 3. I didn't play 1 or 2, only 3. Oh!
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Oh my god, the ice got us.
Surrender to the
Oh,
evil.
come on. Okay. You gonna watch the Borderlands TV show? Holy for Xathius to tell me. You should just try and get out of the way of stuff. I'm waiting for it. Jeez, there is just too much crap.
Never rest.
This game does not struggle with mob density.
Purify your tainted soul.
Well, it's true. Have you made it to tier 8 yet on one of your characters? It's actually a lot of fun. It just requires like extreme concentration. You be proud of me. I reeled in a bunch of my damage.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Nah, close. In 7-1, I see. Oh, Borderlands the movie. That's right. It's the movie. I have no idea where my damage is actually at. I would guess around... Maybe on a good one we can get 15 to 18 billion. Oh, they're giving us more free pet pulls. Let's see.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Oh, that was a bad one.
I'll need some time.
Never mind. $23.3. Damn! Dude, what does that mean we could be at? 23.3. Dude, look at our ice. 85%. No, it won't work. It costs too much. I've got it to where literally our mana is at 5%. 5. And I had to re-roll my energy because I needed 515. That's how much energy I have right now. 515. All right, I'll take 23 billion. I'll take that. Grim Dawn Season 6 in 2 days. 2 days. Yeah, you guys will see my new video series coming out today. I've already fully recorded it, but then with the internet service and then the Campfire, I just ran out of time.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
We'll talk about Grim Dawn again in today's video. Holy crap, we didn't get one shot.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
I mean, I guess we could try Traveler today. I still had some upgrades I wanted to do, and we still have skills to upgrade. So it made me think I should wait. Yeah, we should wait. It's silly. It's like a 50... It's a bare... It's like 52 FE to fight the Traveler.
I shall purify
Yeah, it's a
your
community
tainted
run
soul.
season.
Your reign of evil ends here.
want to see you do a good week of Grim Dawn Season 6. Yeah. Wait, is that a request or an order? Which one? Yeah, Season 6 player-driven season. They do a good job. Look what just showed up. Beans and salsa with some taquitos. That'll be good. That'll be good. Order. Okay, just making sure it's in order. Food. But today's Thursday, so by the way, tomorrow is a last epoch day. So tomorrow we'll be playing LE and Dev Chat Bingo, which I'll get with Autobot about later. I'm sure what killed me there. Yes, tomorrow will be last epoch. We'll probably go back to Forge Guard. Continue to level our Forge Guard. Maybe we get lucky, get into the 90s. You beat me to the question. What are we playing tomorrow, or what will I... Or will I play Forge Guard?
But it is the answer to your sins.
Okay, is it actually over? It's over. It's over, sir. You feel okay? Live to fight another day, or what? Death must die tomorrow, right? Right? Tomorrow is last epoch, sir. Tomorrow is LE. It's Friday. It's Friday.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
There's a lot of Eternia enemies here. You said you get with Topper. Yeah. Granted, you might need to help me with the editing of it since he'll be asleep. He's gonna be sad he missed the Campfire stream. Or he slept in on purpose. Not sure on that one.
I'll need some time.
Tomorrow's like the perfect day. So 5-3, nothing going on. We'll play LE. 5-4, Grim Dawn. And we've got, we were able to fully test out me and Dark Lotus on the V Rising server. So again, Patreons, if you want to get in to the V Rising server, V Rising's launching May 8th, 1.0, and there will be a full reset. You got to hit me up. Look at that. If you want on the Patreon V Rising server, hit me up. And I'll put a note up in Patreon and on Patreon. So force Autobot to watch the Campfire. That's exactly what I should do. Be like, this is mandatory viewing. He'd hate that. Actually, knowing Topper, he's just gonna read the whole patch notes. That's what he's gonna do. These are good. Question: Are there There's no calories in taquitos, right? Are there calories in this? I don't think so. There's no calories in Mexican food. Okay, good.
I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses.
That's good to know.
And ashes that are darker than the night.
No, he said there's no calories in Mexican food.
There are no eternal thrones. But may glory be everlasting.
Just deliciousness. I feel dumb for holding out hope. I see. Deliciousness checks out.
Justice
pretty
might
good.
come late, but it will never be absent.
Be right back.
Wash away the stains within your mind. Don't look back, you've left it all behind.
Ooh, that was good. Look at all this crap we've already found. Oh, it's too much to sort. I'm actually like weirdly starting to think
gives a strange
we're not going to do it this
dangerous
season, but next season
when you look
we're going to
at
have to
it,
take the time to actually
something
create our
seems to be
own
also
loot filter.
gazing at you.
I'm sure it can't be that hard. We normally just go advanced Endgame, like they're one that they give us. But, yeah, we're going to have to make our own. We're going to have to make our own. So many good games to play right now. Wasteland 3, 30% off. Nova Drift, Shadow of the Depths, Songs of Conquest, Death Must Die. V Rising. I was playing V Rising not last night, the night prior, because we were testing the server. And I was like, ooh, this is going to be fun. Also, just so you're all aware, it will be a PvE server. But we did test. Let's just say we're all done playing or something. Or we get bored. It's flipping a switch. Literally, he just clicks PvE to PvP, click, and now it's a full player versus player server. So if we make the decision that we want to switch this server to PvP, we can do that without having to reset everything. Woo! V Rising's gonna be fun, I think. Okay, I want to look at belts for a second.
Help yourself to the catalog.
Let's go to belts. And what we want is elemental resistance. It is elemental. No, we want that tier 0. It does exist. And then less damage taken at low mana. And we'll take that tier 1. Holy moly. How many are there? Oh, there's a decent amount. Okay, let's go back and take that to tier 0. I see a lot of expensive belts. No, that's what we want to search. Look at all those red. Oh, I know what we can do. And then go level. We'll make everything level 100. And that should start to filter it out. Hey, Exatheist, you got 12,000 FE I could borrow? 12,000? Definitely no reason to be bummed, Billy. Come with me to the world of indie. Brow's in a real interesting state right now. It's not a bad state, but he's AAA. It's a dirty word. I don't know how many FE we have. We don't have a lot. 645. We only have 645. All right, 645. Well, here we go. Additional mana, max life, defense, damage for all stats. That is better. And it's got max life. Why would this boot? Oh, damage for all stats. Okay. No. Come on. You don't have it? Stop being cheap. That's a good belt. Elemental damage, low, and pen. Damn, that's a good belt, too. It's a good belt, too. Because indie games are just fun. They don't have to worry about pleasing shareholders or appeasing an angry minority. I see. I see. No, no, no. We don't need damage. We need survivability. We're not erosion. Dude, I'm low on funds right now. X. I've only got 650 for a belt. Freeze. Nope. Wait, what's that one? Damage penetrates. Elemental. Mana regen. I wish that wasn't there. Wow, there goes your Endgame budget. All my stuff is Endgame. Hey, Brow, I don't know if you heard me. Today, the reason why the stream started late and I didn't get my morning video out is because the internet providers were here installing this. My house is now fully fiber optic, and I ran this speed test before stream. Technically, if I wanted to, I can easily maintain a 4K stream across 5 different providers if I wanted to now. House is now fully fiber. Dude, it's crazy. They had to dig up half of my yard and the neighbor's yard, but we got it working. HD, what's up? What up? Google Fiber started in KCO. Geez, I had to stop playing Torchlight. Were you getting pissed or what? Normally in Endgame, once you start getting to tier 8, you start getting pissed. Welcome to the modern... Are you on fiber? Oh, you were only level 40. Oh, you didn't even... You should have made it to level 40 in like 3 hours. Okay, let's see. Good Lord, I can't even get dial-up where I'm at. I have to rely on Elon Musk and his futuristic satellites, but it's been good speed here. That's good. I'm glad that that service is available to a lot of people. That is great. That is great. Come on, just waiting for that perfect one to pop out. That is a great one. I like this one. 888. All right, we're going to mark that one. It's only 800, Exathius. It's cheap. Know that I am searching for 2 defensive tier 0 affixes on the belt. So when you're looking at the pricing and you're wondering why it's insane, it's because I'm looking for 2 tier 0 affixes. So we're like in a different ball game right now. I've had it since before I had my son, so like 7 years. Very cool. I think I messed up going Iris. The gameplay seems real stale to me, and some quests didn't really work out with me completing it. Oh, that's weird. We're in a rural area in between 2 main cities, and they literally ran the fiber around us. You should have told them, why you gotta be so rude? I can't go back. 14 ping in League of Legends. You've gone too far now, right? You can't go back. Man, it is insane the amount of FE some people spent to make these items. I don't even know how this is done still. I don't know how this item has non-crafted tier 0. The number 3 affix is lowered by 1 tier. So that means this should be tier 1. Oh, and then upgraded by 2. Okay. He crafted 1. This one's a sweet dream. I never mind. I know how he did this. I know how he did this. Actually, I don't know. because once you take an affix to tier 0, you lose all the plasticity. So you can craft 1, and you can target farm 1, and you can sweet dream 1. I totally get triple tier 0. I don't know the 4th. Unless an item dropped with 1. So if the item fell on the ground tier 0, which I've never seen that in my life, I'm sure it can happen. I know how to craft 3 of them. Have you ever seen one drop with 1? I don't know. I don't know how it's done. I've personally crafted a tier 0 this season, though. So I know that one. Is this a Korean game? I mean, I was told they usually go like first class top and then 10th class last. So tier 0 is the bestest. I think it goes 7 to 0. 0 being the best. And XD, I don't know where they're located. I'm not sure. Come on. Come on. Jump out at me. Additional damage per blessing. We use that. What level is that? 3 and 2. This one we could kill elemental penetration and damage to blessing. Craft our own tier 0. So it'd be 1, 2, 3 tier 0s with the tier 1 max mana. And then enchant a tier 1. Man, that would be a lot. It's probably a $1,000 belt. 1,000 FE, not $1,000. And he tried to roll Sweet Dream on it 3 times and it didn't work. Whoop whoop! Level 50! That a boy. Okay. That one was a potential. Wait, 488. Perfect. 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 That one's pretty good. Done. 488 FE on a frickin' belt. What's the world coming to? Okay, survivability is currently at 68. 90,000. We're up to 90,000. And our resistances are way too high. Okay, so lightning and cold are way too high. Erosion. You had fire on it. Cold. Crit. Erosion. Our cold and lightning are at 101 and 105. Fire is lacking. We need the erosion there. We need the aura effect. Max life. Crit. It's good when you get resistance debuffs. For that character, what's a really fun build to do? I mean, there's just, it's a projectile shooting build, right? So you just pick I mean, legitimately. Do I want to go just first things first? Do I want physical, fire, elemental? I mean, physical, fire, lightning, cold, or erosion. Once you pick your ailment, everyone has one or two multiple projectile skills. And then you just build around that. And again, if you go Ranger of Glory, you're going to be far away shooting. If you pick Lethal Flash, you're going to be close with a shotgun effect. All right. Fire, we have way too much cold. This gives us 23% cold. Where else are we getting it from? Our boots are erosion. Got double elemental here. We could upgrade that ring. So really, it's only you. Just my chest has 23 to cold. Yeah, it's not worth switching out. Okay. You aren't going to try what? Hey, Xathius, you going to play with us V Rising? I mean, we're still going to get one shot here, by the way, everyone. Like, we're still not even at the recommended survivability. Well, maybe some hits we will be able to take more than one hit.
Is this as far as I go? I shall never rest. I shall purify your tainted soul.
Stop following me.
I need some time. Justice lives.
Why is it all so mean? What do we got here? Upon enter the nightmare for every 100%. Oh, yeah, we want to fill as many spots as possible. Removes one bubble and then adds 1 to 3 calm. Removes one bubble and then adds 2 calms. Adds a cube bubble that is purple. Add a cube. Hello, I'm getting interested in Erica 1, but I have no clue about the ghost. No, I do not know the basics. I'm sorry. I wish I could help. I main Carino, Ranger of Glory. Actually, I just main Carino.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Good stack of 5. See, we're already repaying our belt.
Your reign of evil ends here.
It ends here. That was a good belt.
I need some time.
That was a good belt. I feel like that was a pretty damn good buy. Triple tier 0 with a tier 1 and then tier 3, tier 4. But at least they're good. Max level defense, so that's almost tier 2. And then the off one is life, but at least it's life. And this one, this tier 0 is a perfect roll, 15%. And this one's almost perfect. Yeah, it was a good buy. That was a good buy. Ooh, and we might get an edict. And we did. Dart. Not too shabby. All right, let's run a seasonal mechanic. See how our luck is doing there.
Of your eyes gives a strange
Dude, we're down to 163 FE.
Something seems to be also gazing.
Damn, what are these going for? We're out. All right. We need 10. Take me in. All right, we've got 800 here. Obtain a random old stuff. We're going to take that, which is going to give us better drops on our loot. Day 1. Quantity old stuff sold. Chance to obtain a random food when removing a bad omen. Quantity sold. That wasn't good. That's what we want. You can enhance old stuff one additional time. More food. Ugh. Bad start.
I shall purify.
Oh, we got
your
our favorite
tainted
one. Well,
soul.
second favorite. This one's fine still.
I'll need some time.
Done.
Your reign of evil ends here.
All right. Day 2. Let's get it back. A good start. The number of old stuff choices from old stuff sells. That was a quick clock tower. Come on. Here we go. Blindness. Lose 10 sanity requires more than 20 sanity.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities.
Preview the location of the clock tower and max sanity. You have to buy that. You have to buy that. And we get to see all food. Okay, we're bringing it back. Better day 2. Day 3. We can now see the trader or the upgrader and food. Clock tower, clock tower, clock tower, clock tower, clock tower. There it is. That was a good one. What we wanted was old stuff. Okay. You can preview locations of all food. This would fully upgrade it where we could just manually click on food. All workshops. Nope, save our coins. Moving on to the next chest. What do we got? Kill all the crap.
Violence is not the answer to all.
By the way, this is a tier 3 endgame. Or tier 8. Tier 8.
I'll need some time.
And one, last one. Done. Nice. 13 FE. Puts us up to 17 FE on this run. Day 4. More food. Got the clock tower. We want old stuff. No old stuff. All right, 330 coins. You could preview the location of all old stuff. Bam. We like that. You can preview locations of one bank. Sanity cost. Prices of upgrades minus 20. Damn, preview all cells today. Oh, this saves us later on. Food slots are full. Max sanity. Obtain coins. Okay, that normally, so we have 2 foods that should give us 2 days. Maybe. Day 5.
I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses.
Okay, good start.
And ashes that are darker than the night.
All right, we're just going to move on from this one. Because we know there's no old stuff. That's what we care about. This will take us to day 6. What is this? Oh, we got to escape.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
And we've made some serious progress on this build since the last time. Our survivability was 20,000. We're now at 90,000. Pretty good. And we are up to 20 FE on this run. Day 6. No old stuff. There's the clock tower. All right, what do we got? 244. Can't take effect. Preview 2 cells when a day begins. From now on, you recover 1 sanity for every 8 coins. We like previews. No, going on to the next day. Good morning. What's up, Flenser? You missed D4, Campfire. No old stuff in this level. Ooh, it's starting to get a little bad in here.
I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses. And ashes that are darker than the night.
Uh-oh. No. We only have 1 click. We have to use it. Preview the location of the clock tower. If it's here or here, we're screwed. Boom. Oh my gosh. Good thing we bought that food. food.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Hey, Flenser, let me give you the breakdown for D4 Season 4. If you saw anything PTR related, that's the season. Just FYI. You're now caught up on the day's stream.
I'll need some time.
Why am I in the diamond mines when Torchlight is available to play? Those are good questions. All right, we are now up to 26 FE on this run. 26. Better off reading the patch notes. That's true. Oh, man. Okay. Preview all cells today. I found the clock tower. Man, that food piece is so good. Hacker. What? Give me that again. Randomly recover 0 to 40 sanity. Yes.
Justice might come late, but it will never be absent.
Okay. Now we got to get through this day to get one more reward. We are literally really here. All right. Preview the location of the clock tower. Okay. So unlike the other food, we could see where all the bad stuff is. Come on!
There are no eternal thrones, but may glory be everlasting.
Live to fight another day. We frickin' made it using all of our food. He's not gonna make it. No, you're not gonna make it. Just kidding. Of course I made it, Tech. See, when you understand the mechanic, it's called the power of perseverance. Something like that. Now, the next day, we're not gonna make. Like, literally, we're out of food.
With my blood, never surrender to the evil.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Let's pay it. What is happening?
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the
Dude, there is
Herman
something
family.
in here that is nasty. I don't know what it is.
I'll need some time. Violence is not the answer to all,
One more.
but it is the answer to your sins. Is this as far as
And we didn't
I
make
shall
it.
Never rest.
Just finish, please. All right. 28 FE. Too bad you don't have 88,000 survival. You're right. Too bad I've only got 92,000. Day 10. Okay. We literally can't even go one click. Sorry, we can go one click. 2 clicks. And we out. It's not too bad. 10 days. In the last 3 days, we muscled through. 26 FE on that run. Not too shabby. Yeah,
I'll
tech.
need some time.
92,000 survival. Resistances on lightning and cold are both 85. 85. We are running 8 ones with max affix quantity. By the way, 90,000 survival is still crap, just in case you're
Violence
curious.
is not the answer to all.
There's people that have a million survivability and get one shot. But it's better than the 20,000 we had, so.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Woo! Dude, somehow we didn't die that whole time. By the way, everyone, I really tried to make shield and I really tried to make shield and pistol work. Didn't work.
Surrender to the evil.
We survive all that crap and then one lightning blast and one ice. Dude, that's a perfect example. We have 85% to ice resistance, cold resistance. Still, that ice comes through, one shot, dead. Doesn't matter.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Look who.
1 FE.
Look who. is dead for you.
All right, let's go through our crap. Which there is a lot of it. No. No. Actually, we'll check that. Dang, max agility. +3. Lightning in area. Okay, maybe. Wait. Yeah. Nope. Nope. What's nice is we're starting to get a lot better about knowing what's garbage, what's worth something, and what isn't. Ooh, that one was close to good. That's good. Man, how much crap did we pick up? By the way, everyone, this is all level 100, 200 plasticity with a tier 1 affix gear. A minimum of 1 tier 1 affix. That's what we kept. Let's craft this. We like aura effect and physical damage per level. Attack damage. Additional damage against enemies at the center of the area. Additional stacks of ignite. Nope. Four. Hey, the other Carino hero trait is good for this build too. You're talking about Ranger of Glory? Yeah, it's different. It is a different build, but you can use it. That's what you're asking. Compasses. Oops.
Purify your tainted soul. I'll need some time. Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
And the amount of crap they throw at you is... it's fun! Aaron DM, I'm venting. No, I don't want to see it. Just know that my survivability number's higher than yours, though, okay? Ooh. They trapped me. What's up, big worm? Here we go. Another edict. Nope. He was angry that day.
By a member of the Herman family.
The code
The code. I wonder how many of these things I've clicked this season. No, you must answer. The sea was angry this day. Oh, we're talking about the golf ball? The sea was angry that day. Oh. Does anybody know a marine biologist?
Your reign of evil ends here.
We now have 2 maps at 8-2. 2 maps at 8. Oh, never mind. Wait, this is 8-2. 8-2. Are they all at 8-2? 8-2. This one's 8-1. Okay. Oh, but it's ready to go. And this one. All right. I better stop and play now. You should. All right. This will take all of my maps with the exception of 1 to 8-2.
Pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it. Pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it. Pay with my blood. The road to justice continues. The flames that burn me remind me of a promise I broke.
Yeah, you're not allowed to leave. All right. 8-2. So now we need to work on this one, which we only have 3 beacons. But this will be the last map. We'll get this to 8-2, and I think we'll call it a day. Dude, this is gonna be a great nightmare. Every single one of these bubbles is gonna get upgraded by 2 tiers. Right now, watch this. Ready? Wait, my face in the way? Six reds, 4 yellow, 2 purple. That being said, this is going to be a crazy nightmare. Where the enemies don't die. You have to kill them twice. So, yeah. You can see where this is going. And we're already dead. No, it's going to be so hard. Ah. Oh. This is what happens. You build an awesome nightmare, and then they murder you this way. They won't let you have the reward. What do you want me to do? Kill him again? Yes. Oh, that's good. Start. Little 5 spot of FE.
purify your tainted soul. I'll need some time.
Little 5-spot of FE. All right. Halfway down, 1 death. We've lost 2 bubbles. I would be extremely happy if we somehow survived this with only 2 deaths. 11 FE on the run.
I'll need some time.
One more.
Purify your tainted soul.
16 FE. Just from drops.
Is this as far as I go? Never surrender to the evil.
I don't know how to win. Half the reward is gone.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Just terrible.
I'll need some time. Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
It's pretty interesting. We invested a ton of resources into survivability. Not a crazy amount, but we went from 20,000 survival to 96,000. You can't. It feels the exact same.
I shall purify your tainted soul. Your reign of evil ends here.
Oh, that dream would have been so sweet. How's the internet working for you? Faster than fast? Yeah. Hey, what's going on with the kids? Yeah, I've been showing off the new speed. Had to check on the kids. They're going haywire downstairs.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins. Justice.
Oh.
The road to justice continues.
It continues. All right, hold on. I gotta shut my door there. All right, sorry. All right. On the wrong side.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
By a member of the Herman family.
I need some time.
Wifey, the internet feels overpowered, right? I know. Aaron, where'd you put the remote? I didn't touch it. I don't know. You made the bed.
Your reign of evil ends here. It's your honor to be
Tier 8
judged
maps
by a
are
member
like,
of the Herman family.
how much stuff can they throw at you at one time? That is how it feels. Or maybe it's just they throw all the stuff at you.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Overpowered internet is the best kind. Correct. See, now we're going to be even more set up for the subathon. Knowing that we have overpowered internet. Internet speed has never been the problem. It's about consistency. So I'm hoping we have better consistency with this internet. Perfect. We have exactly 3 beacons, and there's 3 to fight the boss. Perfect. Rare monsters, 50% chance to gain a 5-meter radius of protection. Dome. No, I don't want the dome one. How much polka can we have at one time before it crashes? See, we're gonna need to run some tests. Some polka tests, you know?
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Yeah, we for sure. At this level, when you are running maxed 8-1s, you need a loot filter. Like your own custom loot filter. For sure.
I pay with my blood. Never surrender to the evil. I shall purify your tainted soul. I need some time. Your reign of evil ends here.
Hold on, wife's calling. Hello. Why? Okay. I have to come upstairs.
Justice might come late, but it will never be absent. There are no eternal thrones, but may glory be everlasting. Justice might come late, but it will never be absent.
No, I'm not in trouble. I needed to talk to someone. Not the wife. Okay. Wait. Hey, Tech, are you in 8 now? Have you tried 8s?
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Nobody wants to play with me.
I pay with
I
Never
saw the
surrender
ice.
to the evil.
I'm unlocking 8s, zipping through 7 2s. Ah, good old 7 2s.
It's your honor to be
7
judged
2s were the
by
good old
men of
days.
Herman's family.
The good old days.
Your reign of evil ends here. I shall purify your tainted soul.
Aaron, are those wedges important? They're for crafting, blah blah blahs. Slate crafting. Oh, those wedges are important. Sorry. Yes, of course. All right. Our final fight of 8-1. Our final fight of 8-1.
I need some time. It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family. Is this as far as I go? The road to justice.
Xathius, I probably should have dodged that one. Come on. Come on.
I need some time.
Give me that. Just got me with that ice.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family. Your reign of evil ends here.
Ooh, are we going to get another edict? And we are. Second edict.
I shall purify
Pretty
your
good.
tainted soul.
The kid's in trouble? No, just I need to talk to some people outside.
Desire brings destruction, yet deeper desires hide within destruction.
Stop being a melee ranger, Aaron. Bye. Thanks. I'm normally not. Hey, the funny part, Xathius, is I'm only a melee ranger because of you. You told me I can't play Ranger of Glory. Right now I have a freed up passive slot. We could definitely, we could kill precise, which concentration, which only allows 2 auras. And we can put on swiftness. It'll boost evasion. Is it swiftness? I survived just fine tier 8 with 40,000 survival. You were playing 8-1 with maxed modifiers without getting, and you could take a bunch of hits. I'd like to see that. Unless you had like a ton of energy shield or something, maybe. I don't know.
You know not what you have awakened down below. Sink. Freeze. Buried.
I'm back.
If time is flowing toward an outcome, I will sink below until
Good
the glacier
night.
lifts me up once again.
Ah, energy shield. And you were using precise energy shield, correct? Okay. That gets us all of these to 8-2. Nice. All right.
Never surrender to the evil. Is this as far as I go?
Crazy. The first enemy killed us twice, and we've got purple guys. This is gonna be a rough round. It's all right. Mow through.
I need some time. Violence is not the answer to all.
Take that!
But
Huh?
it is the answer to your sins. I'll need some time. Violence is not the answer to all. But it
Damn,
is
we
the answer
stepped
to
up
your
there at the end. Maybe not. Die.
I'll need some time. Is this as far as I never surrender to the evil? Your reign of evil ends here.
How high does the difficulty go? It goes to 8-4. This is 8-2, and again, I'm taking max modifiers, which does make a big difference. Don't let anyone tell you it doesn't, because it
Violence
does.
is not the answer to all.
Ooh, shiny
But it is the answer
compasses.
to your sins.
But again, that's how we made almost 1,500 FE just on yesterday's 6-hour stream. Yeah, I think it's 8-4. Yeah, 8-4 is the hardest. So right now we're at 8-2. 8-2. Full of crap. Toxic, where are you at right now?
In front of your eyes gives a strange, dangerous air. When you
Double
look at
fire, crit,
it,
attack,
something
double.
seems to
Good.
be also gazing at you.
I was at 7-2, but I kind of got bored. Might try a new character. Nice. Did you start getting a ton of did you start getting a ton of FEs? You got a little nest egg for the next character? Hey, what's up, Robo? Higher fire, crit, attack speed, double. Probably get 5 of these to tier 1. Then craft a tier 0. Maybe 2 tier 0s. Not too bad. What are we gonna do? Oh, I said we would attempt tier 8 Traveler again. Blah, 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 blah. Toxic, what character are you thinking of trying?
I witnessed your death in the previous cycle of reincarnation.
Phase 1 down. Oh, we are certainly much stronger than last time we attempted this.
Realms are decaying and it will affect you.
Phase 2 down.
I watched you struggle. Although it was meaningless when placed on a greater scale.
Final phase.
Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
Is this as far as I go? I shall never rest. Justice.
He seems mad.
Realms are decaying and it will affect you. Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
The road to justice.
Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
I am a melee shooter. How can I get close to him? Seriously, how? Just die.
The cycle of reincarnation is approaching us.
Is he dead? Done. Find the treasure trove in level 54. That's what I have left.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family. Your reign of evil ends.
Treasure trove. Two talent nodes. What's left next? I guess I didn't do a lot of the treasure troves. Toxic, that's a good idea.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
I don't understand. Did I skip all of this during the campaign?
I'll need some time.
I skipped all the treasure troves during the first night. On the first night. That makes sense.
I'll need some time.
I don't know if our 24 billion damage can handle this level 19 content. Level 16. I think I'm not getting passive points. I think they're just making me go through them because that's all that's left from the campaign standpoint. Yeah, see, just like you.
I'll need some time.
Gotta be a completionist now that we beat Tier 8 Traveler. Oh, I actually have to, like, run through this treasure trove one.
Violence is not the answer to all. But it is the answer to your sins.
Oh, it's just gonna keep resetting it. We're done. I think we're done. Done? Officially, no more quests left. Hey, Adrian, we did it!
The pedestal torchlight.
All right, let's see what it gave us.
Spark.
the core device of the whole hideout.
Main spell skill, 8% chance to be triggered an additional time when being cast. 8% max mana. Remove all dot damage when using restoration skill. And formless. Formless is worth nothing. Zero. It's literally not for sale. Because it is not good. Additional war cry skill effect. Formless. Well, crap. Here, we'll put it up for 20.
Yourself to the catalog.
5. Knock yourself out. Aaron DM. Tech. I beat him.
Gigantic machine in front of your eyes.
I beat the tier 7 traveler.
Dangerous air. When you look at it, something seems to
See?
be
He's not a machine. He's a man. All right, we're going to do one more thing and then we're out of here. We still haven't attempted Path of the Brave floor 30. And if we beat that, we'll get the 11 at 11 and knock this out. Yeah, we did it. All right.
Light, friend.
Path of the Brave, level 3. Recommended DPS. The challenge level is too high for you. It's saying don't do it. Game doesn't know what it's talking about.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Floor 1, done.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Floor 2, done.
I'll need some time.
3, done.
Your reign of evil ends here. Never surrender to the evil.
4, done. For the halfway point.
I'll need some time. Your reign of evil ends here.
Halfway. 6.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Moving on to 7.
Your reign of evil ends here. I shall never rest.
Eight.
Your reign of evil ends here.
2 more. 2 more. 9.
Your reign of evil ends here. I need some time.
And this is it. Truth of the Brave, level 30. Just go for it. Done?
Your reign of evil ends here.
See, whenever the game tells you you can't do something, don't listen. Level 30, beat. Like DR, exactly.
A gigantic machine in front of your eyes.
And then bam, bam.
When you look at it, something seems
We have
to
now
also
claimed all 6 chapters. Very nice. Sweet. I feel very accomplished. Very accomplished this season thus far. I gotta say. I got to say. Carino's feeling good. And we've had a really good market.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
5,200 Flame Elementium in total revenue. 5,200. Pretty damn good. 5,200. I know there's some people that can, like, you know, they make that in an hour. I don't know how. But I am pretty happy about that. I'm pretty happy about that. And they've taxed me into oblivion. $62 commission letters. I think we're going to save these for the detective treasure. We'll get this. And then we'll get the new teleport. Or we'll get the new portal. When this all unlocks 516, we want actually this, 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 and this. I don't know what the detective journal is. A journal full of clues. Collect 3 to exchange for reward. We need 3 of them. We can get 1 here, 1 here, and then I believe 1 on the battle pass. Maybe not. I saw another one somewhere. Oh. On here. You need 1,400. You can get 2 from these. Okay. Okay, that's gonna do it for today. Only a 4-hour stream.
Torchlight is used to keep a spark.
As always, we accomplished a ton, which is great, and we now know what is coming or what isn't coming for D4. So I'm gonna work on that video after this. Patreons. As always, thank you all for the support. The V Rising Patreon server is up. I was playing V Rising not last night, the previous night. It will be player versus environment PvE, and we will be playing together. As of right now, the server has a capacity of 20 spots, but we could always extend that if we need to. So if you want one of the spots on the Patreon Action RPG server, all you got to do is hit me up on Discord. Okay? And if you're not in the Discord, you should be. I'll put the link for it right there. All right. And, yeah, I think we are good today. I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow will be last Epoch stream day, and we'll be playing Dev Chat Bingo as we listen to Mike. So awesome. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities.
That everyone wants to kill us for, so let's get moving.